And hello, everybody. Welcome to IKS Open Saturday. It's Marshall, and I'm here ready to lose another battle in broad daylight in front of the whole public for everybody to see, because I got a reputation to uphold, right? And actually, I think we're going to do pretty good today. We've got a solid plan, and my orders are very simple. It's hold this line. We are playing a battle from the 7 Years' War. And we are Austrian, and the Prussian baddies are coming down this road, or so we expect. My orders are to hold this road. I have 3 brigade commanders underneath me. I have a superior above me who is Felix, and he will be directing the overall effort. You can see I have a pretty good deployment. You'll notice that I did not do the classic International Kriegsspiel Society tactic, which is to make one big long line with no reserves. I know that Sun Tzu prefers, based on his teaching, The Art of War, that you should just have one big long line with no reserves. But I like doing it this way. Also, I don't really understand Sun Tzu at all. So there's that. In any case, this is what we're doing. We're going to hold this line. We've got a couple batteries of artillery online with us. The commanders have discretion to operate as they see fit. I have asked them not really to advance at all because we're on the defense. Nonetheless, if they see a golden opportunity to outflank an enemy or do something, they do have that freedom because they know and see more than I do back here. And I have to trust my brigade commanders to be brigade commanders. So we've got kind of a double line setup here. We are spaced out. We understand that when the enemy comes up, we'll probably be changing this deployment a little. And again, that will be up to the brigade commanders to do that. They may put all their forces online. They might concentrate, whatever, to meet the enemy. So my hope is that the player back here, my 2nd Brigade, also known as Aviator in the chat, who is an actual aviator, by the way, which is awesome. But my hope is that he has a very boring day and that he does not get to play Kriegsspiel today. Because if that happens, we're winning. On the other hand, if he gets to play Kriegsspiel today, well, it's closer than I would like it to be. But we'll see what happens. There's always one player in every game who gets the dreaded order, wait in reserve, or has to play what we call marching simulator, meaning they get sent on a long march and sometimes don't even see action. But that's the cool thing about Kriegsspiel is it's meant to be realistic. So it's not necessarily meant to be fair. Because we're playing it as a game, we do want people to have fun, but at the end of the day, we're trying to win, and winning means using actual tactics and making decisions that are reasonable based on the situation at hand. And in this case, having a reserve is obviously reasonable. So that's where we're at. Let's take a look here at the YouTube and see who we have got. Let's see here. Oh, top chat. We want live chat. All right. And hello to everybody. And for those of you who are new to the YouTube, feel free to say hello and give me a shout out. Let me know where you're coming from, because we are the International Kriegsspiel Society. It's always fun to see how far away some of our viewers are. And if you're watching this in the future, which chances are you are, you're watching this as a recording, go ahead and pop a question or a hello or a shout out into the chat. We'll actually get a notification and see it. And that's always cool to see. So feel welcome. And again, if you have questions about Kriegsspiel or the IKS, that's the International Kriegsspiel Society, or anything related to what we do or are doing, feel free to post a comment or a question. All right, we have started the game. I spared everyone the usual setup and homework that we usually do for the first hour. We have started, but we have not received our first reports yet. And when we get those reports, then the action will begin. So I'm going to turn my face off on the screen so that you can see more of the map. And good luck. We expect the Prussians to be coming down this main road. So let's see what happens. There we go. Module's a little wonky. It's a very old module. Let's see here. We have a unusual but I think appropriate restriction in today's event. The 3 brigade commanders cannot communicate directly with the army commander. They have to follow the chain of command and go through me. Sorry, Demeter, you're right where I'm sitting, dog. Sorry. My dog didn't like me moving. Let's see here. So they have to, send dispatches to me. At the moment, the 4 of us are co-located in one channel because the game, we haven't received our first reports, but when we get our first reports, we'll probably be split up. But we are close enough to be in quick and easy communication. The concern that I have is when combat begins, there'll be a lot of smoke and confusion on the very front line. I won't be able to see from my fixed position in the rear. 2nd Brigade won't see anything. But the commanders of the 1st and the 3rd Brigade may have a little bit better idea, especially if they move forward. But of course, they don't want to hazard their lives, so they have to be reasonable. But I will be dependent on reports from the 1st and 3rd Brigade commanders for, what do you think we're facing? And they're going to have to make a guess, because that's kind of how Kriegsspiel is. You're just going to get a screenshot that shows just a little bit, and you're going to kind of have to make an educated guess. Is this just, is it just a battalion? Is it a brigade? Is it a whole division, a whole corps? What is it? So how do you suss that out? That's a good question. What you're going to do is you take a look at, like, if you see different pieces, if you see different names on the pieces. Now, we might think that's metagaming, but it's not really, because in real life, you would see different flags on the field. So any of those things, plus the amount of smoke that's on the field, stuff like that, gives you an indication. Like if you hear a report, oh, there's a lot of dust in the distance. Well, that's our way of saying that there's a pretty good-sized column of something moving your direction or moving somewhere. So that should give you an idea. You just have to kind of look at the clues and make an educated guess. Are you likely to be wrong? Yes, but that's how it is in real life. And it's up to myself and the commanders not to get too rattled and to, make the optimum decision. And again, respond to things as they develop. So just how it works. So there we go. Okay, yeah, unfortunately, every time I scroll on Discord, it moves this map. But I actually like to kind of just stay zoomed in just a little bit and keep the view the same so you can see the battle as it develops. A couple of years ago when we first started doing this, we were zooming all over. And somebody was like, stop doing that, it's too annoying. And they had a good point, it's like watching a football game, but you're constantly zooming in on one player or the other player, rather than watching the whole game on the field. And maybe in a sporting event that's appropriate, you look at the person with the ball, but in a battle you kind of need to see the whole situation. So I think we have a pretty good sized battle today. Let's see, there's about 9 players on each side, I think, so that's 18. We do have at least 4 or 5 umpires, I think 4. That's not such a great player to umpire ratio. So that's a 1-to-4 ratio, more or less, with 1 lead umpire, but you'll be all right. The closer you can get in a Kriegsspiel to a 1-to-1 player to umpire ratio, the better off you are in terms of speed and gameplay. But of course, 1-to-1 is virtually impossible, and it's most people show up because they want to play. They don't always want to umpire. But we do have some people who will only umpire. They won't ever play. I really think to be a good player, though, and to be a good umpire, you kind of have to do both. So that's my opinion. Park that over there. All right. Again, if anyone has a question or a comment or just a shout out, just go ahead and post it in the YouTube there. We will reply. The people who typically watch and comment happen to be playing today. Most notably among them, my dear friend Achilles, who I insisted play on the opposite side so that we could cross swords with each other. We'll see how we do. I have no idea what his command is. Typically he runs cavalry, which is also something I enjoy doing. But we'll see. We'll see how he does.
Hello, we're starting the game now. If you guys could be as well to return to your original channels, then that would be spiffing.
All right, good luck, guys. All right, so our umpire is in the red 3 channel. But he may be working on something. I'm going to see. I don't have a report yet in my Discord. Usually with your report, you get like a little screenshot. If I were umpiring, I would not give me a screenshot. It's no point. It's a waste of time. Unless there's really something I need to know, but I think a verbal report would be sufficient. But hopefully my commanders online get screenshots. We'll see. Screenshots are a norm in the IKS, but they're actually a luxury. You don't really always get screenshots, especially if you're a commander in a tent somewhere or behind the line. You're not really seeing what's happening in front of you. All right, all my commanders have been parceled out to their headquarters, so I am no longer co-located with anyone. Now I'm just standing by for my umpire. The umpire might not even come to me. Might just go to my subordinates, because I really don't matter much, especially on this initial turn. Once we have contact and I receive dispatches, then it's a little different. Okay, I am getting a report in my channel, and here is obviously my position on the umpire map, which is here, and they've got some different stuff here, including what appears to be my commander-in-chief, which is his unit here in Breznan. So let's go ahead and update the map so that we agree with what they see, and we're not making inaccurate assumptions. And we'll go ahead and grab a piece for Felix, who is the army commander. And we'll just drop that there. And we're just going to write Felix on it so we know it's him. He's actually, what is his name? It starts with a D. D-A-U-N. So let's go ahead, we'll correct that. Okay, we do have cavalry down in this area. We have a couple of forces. We have a force here of cavalry, and I think we have another force. Actually, no, this is the cavalry. This is a smaller infantry force, because we're expecting the enemy to come down this way, and we want to be able to smash. But it is also possible they could pull something where they're going to come through here, or here, or here at us. In which case, we need these horses here to respond to that. So that's why we're positioned the way we are. The expectation, again, is that they're going to come along this main road, because that's the most important artery on the road network here. So they're probably not going to be wandering off on these side roads. But we'll see. Some players like to do that. They like to go on wide flanking marches. They think it's cute. In reality, you might not do that, because while you might go around some of the enemy, you could also get lost. You're also going slow. You get separated from the command. There's all these other issues.
Marshal.
Hello, Jan.
Hello. I guess you could be co-located with your commanders, right?
Yeah, I don't know, but that's okay. I don't have to be. They probably don't want to listen to me.
I get them in here.
It's probably annoying to hear that, so I'm cool with. Oh, you're bringing them all in, poor guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Guess that should be everybody.
Well, then
So
you give one report instead of 4.
Green shot, yes. I'm not quite sure if the others already had the report, but you're basically deployed in battle line as you planned, running northeast from Brezhan. And there are indications of enemy cavalry vedettes arriving along the highway from the west.
Okay.
It's 18:30 in the evening.
Okay, about how far out are they?
Well, 1 or 2 kilometers or so. You probably have some sentries in front of your line.
Okay. I don't know what a kilometer is. I'm American. But
Right.
I guess that's about a mile and a quarter or something, mile and a third.
Like 40,000 bananas or so.
Oh, okay, got it. Sweet, we're good. Okay. All right, guys, we don't have to worry at that distance. All right. As an American, we will measure using anything but the metric system. So,
Football fields.
what's that?
Football fields.
Yeah, how many football fields? I actually do think that way often because I know exactly what 100 yards is. So, football fields, yep, that's very typical. All right, so they've got scouts out. That's their advance element. They're going to see us. They're going to report that, hey, we're hearing some force. And then they're going to decide, okay, are we going to punch through or try to outflank? And they do have a couple flanking opportunities. Let's take a look at the map. They could try to do this, where they come up this way. Or they could try to do it this way as well. So
Are
they
you
can
streaming?
go. I'm not. I'm streaming to YouTube. So I'm half talking to the YouTubers, the audience. But at the same time, yes, they could try to flank around on the right. But we'll watch for evidence of that. I'm not going to worry about that now. I don't want to send a whole brigade up to the right. And have them off base just because they might flank. I'm going to wait for some evidence. What I do think is the more likely approach is they're going to ball up what I call the big ball of anger. They're going to try to drive right through the middle. So just be prepared for that. And being prepared for that is what you already are, so there's not really anything to do. Just wait for them to come on up. So. All right. So it is 6:30 in the evening. I think that's supper time, guys. I think that's time to eat.
Would you like to come and eat with me, sir? I've already had my table set up.
Absolutely, man. I am totally down. I am there.
We got some good schnitzel here. Schnitzel?
Yeah, schnitzel. Yeah, good. Excellent. In the United States, if you're not American, we do have a fine dining establishment called Wiener Schnitzel, which sells American hot dogs and corn dogs. They actually have really good fries, in my opinion. Corn dogs are all right. I mean, it's a hot dog. The most interesting thing about a hot dog is that a hot dog is pureed meat in an intestinal lining, which means that when you eat the hot dog, you simply become a hot dog yourself. Deep thoughts.
Really makes you think.
Yeah, it really does.
So what you're saying is we're just all living hot dogs.
Pretty much, yep.
All right.
Pretty much.
As long as I'm covered in ketchup, I'll be fine.
Yeah, actually, ketchup's. Yeah, I like to do ketchup and relish. That's my typical. Mustard, sometimes I kind of have to be in the mood. But I actually have to be in the mood for a hot dog. It is super rare I ever eat a hot dog. I grew up, basically in poverty, so hot dogs were a common item. And having escaped that condition, I prefer not to eat them. A lot of hot dogs and sandwiches as a young man and kid. You can't beat a good sandwich, of course.
What's your favorite type?
Turkey. Actually no cheese. Turkey with their bread and butter pickles, probably tomato, a little bit of mayo. Not don't overdo the mayo, but some mayo. And that right there is actually good to go, especially if the bread is buttered and toasted first.
Honestly, I'm like grilled cheese. Like that's like sort of basic, but like I just put cheese on my sandwich and then just put it in the microwave.
Oh my God. No, you gotta grill it. You gotta put it on a griddle or something, or even a skillet. You put it on there and brown it. Toast it on the skillet. Flip it over. But yeah, my son is actually a master of making grilled cheese. He's 10.
Admirable.
Very admirable. So you can tell I teach my kids what's important. Most dads are teaching their kids how to ride a bike or how to fish. Here's how to make your dad a sandwich. Yep, good father.
You should bring him to court to show that off to the empress.
Right. It's an amazing
know.
talent. Oh, Lord. Well, anyway. Usually in a game, just for the YouTubers out there, people watching, the first turn or two can be pretty quick, but then you get a turn where contact is actually made between the forces, and that turn, usually that first or second turn after contact, can be very slow. And the reason for that, the practical reason, is because players are changing their plan. We all set out with the plan for the battle, and then you encounter the enemy, and as some famous guy, I don't know, Santa Claus or someone, or Von Clausewitz, whatever, Santa Clausewitz, I don't know. It's something about, no plan of battle survives first contact with, like, the bad guys or something. And when that happens, what you have to do is alter your plan. And so players are sending dispatches. They're saying, look, I see the enemy. They're here in this number, whatever. And they're reacting. And that creates a big workload for the umpires, which slows down the processing of the turn. And the game will move a little slow until most of the forces are in contact. Then once they're in contact, then it's just combat, And it's just, okay, this block or these group of units versus this group of units, or however the system runs, and you just roll the dice, and there you have it. So the K22 and K23 systems, you just group the units and roll one die. Most of our Kriegsspiel systems, probably the one that Jan is using today, he may be using Ottovosky's system, I don't know. But you roll one die for each block. But I don't like doing that because it creates what I think are ahistorical results, where one unit wins, the next one next to it loses, then the one next to it wins, and the next one loses. That's kind of weird. So in my systems, you group all the units that are in combat, you roll one die, and then you apply an immediate result. So it's much more decisive, which is pretty typical, I feel, for Napoleonic warfare, especially at the lower levels. Most of your Napoleonic battles, 15 minutes, was about all you would see in combat. In that time, you'd probably burn through most or all of your ammunition. Maybe only about 5% of your soldiers would actually shoot to kill. Most would just kind of shoot off into the air or not really try to aim. They're just shooting. They can't even see what they're shooting at most of the time. Once the smoke starts going, they're just firing off into the smoke. So Napoleonic warfare was not as bloody as people assume. Everybody looks at battles like Waterloo or Gettysburg, and they watch the movies where you have these two lines of guys standing about 50 paces from each other, and they fire a volley, and like half the guys just fall over dead. Not historical at all, because the weapons weren't that accurate. The men often had an aversion to killing each other. they weren't really trained in marksmanship or anything. They often couldn't see what they were shooting at once the first few volleys were fired. Most people were just terrified. They really didn't want to be there, you know. And a lot of times units would break even before contact. So that's the logic behind the K-22 system in particular. The battles, the units aren't very sticky, if you will. Whereas in most other Kriegsspiel systems that we have, the blocks will stay in combat for 30 minutes, an hour. Very unrealistic, but it's fun, I guess. So, yeah, you're much more likely to die of illness, disease, than of a musket ball or a cannonball. So people just they don't know that. They're like, why did they stand in lines and shoot at each other? Well, because it's the only way you can hit anything. And the purpose of a battle is to decide something, right? If all we do is just burn a bunch of powder and throw a bunch of lead in the general direction of the enemy, what do you decide? Well, you decide nothing. So you have to get up close and, and it really just comes down to the morale, the elan vital or whatever, the spirit, the fighting spirit of the men, if you will. If you have a good commander and you have troops who are pretty much willing, and of course the raw mathematics of it, if you outnumber the enemy, if you've obtained a flanking position on them, whatever, that's really it. So it's really quite crude compared to modern combat and tactics. Not like I'm an expert or anything, but that's just how it was done. Your soldiers really can't read. They're not really trained. They're just, here's how to, load and shoot your musket. Here's your uniform. Here's how to march, and just follow the orders.
I hit you with a stick if you don't.
Right. Well, they would. They would put hands on you if you didn't do what you were supposed to do, to put it mildly. What did Churchill say of the Royal Navy? Rum, sodomy, and the lash. It's probably not much different in the Army. So. Soldiers in this time period were very poorly paid. Very poorly paid. They were fed, of course, and they had a tent and such. They had something to do with themselves. But yeah, it was not a comfortable or easy existence. It was harsh and it was poorly paid. So, all right, we've got a screenshot. Let's take a look at our screenshot here. Let's go ahead and put it on screen so our YouTubers can view it. I see nothing in my screenshot other than what we've been seeing. So what does that tell me? It tells me that the enemy is not up yet. Maybe they started further back. Maybe they're not coming this way. I don't know. But we'll wait for our report. I'm sure those vedettes did something. What's a vedette? It's like a Corvette, but they hadn't developed the core system yet. Okay, no, that's like a really horrible joke. That's not even funny. Wow. I guess I won't quit my day job. A vedette is a detachment of cavalry, like a few guys on horse, maybe a half dozen or a dozen maybe at most, I would imagine. Not a lot. Could just be a couple. And they're sent out to just be the eyes of the army, and they report back anything they see. So they're just kind of there to be present, maintain some control over crossroads from the people passing through, hold it, whatever. They're not really expected to fight and engage with the enemy. They're just really there to be present and observe and report back. In fact, with cavalry tactics, if you are on scouting detail, if your job is to scout, you don't actually want to fight at all. You just want to be reporting back. And if you get in a fight, Well, it's kind of hard to scout and report. So if the enemy pushes in your direction, generally you'll fall back. But you maintain contact with the enemy. If the enemy retreats or goes somewhere, you actually pursue them, you follow them, and you stay in contact. Because if they disappear, well, what's the point of you? What's your job? So you maintain contact with the enemy, you send back reports at regular intervals, and you keep your commander informed of what you're looking at. But yeah, you don't want to fight either.
Speaking of being informed, I got my screenshot here. I see the barest outline of a Prussian, I think. Some kind of regiment they're sending over. Some kind of it's west of now Westy. I see it's the foot of the hill there. Okay.
Are they online or are they in column?
I only see like the barest, like the top sec. I don't see any. I only see like two of them, and they're apart from each other. So I'm not sure if they're in line or not, but there's something there.
All right.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hello. Jan co-located us. I don't know if. I don't know if he did it just so he could give us one report, which is you see some vedettes on turn 1, or if he's okay with it. You might want to check with him. But here we are.
Well, I'll give you each your separate reports for this turn, and then have a talk to him. Right, so, Marshal, you have currently remained in position. You can begin to see in the glimpse of your eye that the artillery by dawn is suddenly beginning to unlimber its guns and turn around 45 degrees to the right, and they're beginning to load. So presumably there must be something up in front.
All right, is that the 8-pounders right to my front?
No, not the 8-pounders right to your front. The 8-pounders in the town of Rezan.
Oh, okay.
Where dawn is. Yes.
Okay, got it.
They're beginning to turn.
Okay.
Other than that, it's same as usual. You can hardly hear or see anything out of the blue as of yet. Do you have any orders?
No, hold position.
Okay. Esterhazy, you're very much in the same position as Marshall. Being in reserve, you currently, as of yet, have very much the exact same view as you did before. Let me switch to channel just real quick.
No worries right now. Just continue. So.
Okay. Gremlin in the corner of your eye, you can, as Marshall did, you can see the artillery by dawn in the town begin to turn to the right and start loading. However, nothing has appeared directly in front of you as of yet. But in the distance and the hills in front of you, you can hear horses. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be anything that you can blatantly see. However, do you have any orders? Grimgen? Afan, hello?
Oh, I'm double muted. Sorry. No, I don't.
Okay. Hold position. Kottendorf. You there, Kottendorf?
Yeah, I'm here.
Right. So, as per ordered the previous turn, one of your men begins to prepare a meal for you, and as you're about to tuck into a delicious soup, you suddenly see from your position on the hill what seems to be the figures of Prussian cavalrymen advancing across the crest of the hill directly in front of you. Further to your west, on your left, you can also see what seems to be more Prussian cavalry. Estimates are that you're only facing a couple of squadrons at most. Do you have any orders?
No reason to be rattled here. I think we just maintain our positions as is right now.
Okay. Right then, gentlemen. I shall see you next term.
And Greaves, they don't have to order square, do they? The battalion commanders will just automatically do square if the cavalry comes close, right?
I'm gonna I'll double check that with John right now. I'll post a response in your channel and ping you when I do.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. Okay, thanks.
It'd be almost suicidal for them to charge us right in front.
It would be, and it generally would not be done, but this is the International Kriegsspiel Society, and that means we don't know anything about reasonable military tactics. We just think we do, which means that we know enough to be dangerous just to ourselves. So they could order that, and then
True.
The question is, do the umpires say, "Oh, well, you weren't in square, so you're rolling a die at a negative modifier," or do the umpires say the unit automatically goes into square? It depends on the system and the umpire. In my systems, they automatically form depending on the rating of the unit. There's odds for it. If they are veteran or elite or whatever, they always do the square. Regulars will do the square like 8 out of 10 times in time. But poor grade units, green units, won't always do it. Just they have to make the roll. But that's only if they're charged by surprise. So.
Got it.
Canister in the 7 Years' War?
What's that?
Do we have canister shots?
It would probably be grape shot, and I don't know. With these little artillery guns, there's probably. But yeah,
We have solid shot. I'm pretty sure. It's just like a huge ball we just put in there and shoot, and it bounces towards the enemy.
Yeah. Generally speaking, artillery's pretty good against any kind of massed formation, whether it's. Okay, I'm being told they won't form square at all.
Is that not? So we have to order it manually then.
Probably, or maybe the troops are rated so poorly they don't know how to form a square. That's the other question I have. That'd be my follow-up. Why won't they form the square? Do they want it ordered, or is it that they're incapable? I'll actually ask him. All right, let's see here.
I think they might be sending the cavalry north to Willem. There's some flat country up there. Better than the hilly terrain here around where we are.
Yeah, and again, I think you did the right thing by saying we're not going to get rattled, we're not going to react. Because that's usually what you'll do is you'll threaten with cavalry, force the enemy into square, and then you bring up artillery or infantry and start, laying down the hurt. Okay, umpire says they are incapable of forming square. So the men are just that poor quality. They're not that great. So they can't, or they haven't been trained, or it's not part of the drill. So there won't be any squares formed here.
Do we have cavalry?
Yes.
Oh yeah, they're in the south, I believe, right?
Yeah, they're pretty far to the south, though, so it would be nice to have some cavalry on our right flank to screen, but we don't have it. We are the flank. What might be worthwhile would be to go up that hill and look and observe, or send someone to report back from the hill. I don't know how big these hills really are. I don't think they're very large. Typically, these terrain features are a little exaggerated on these maps, but again, that's an umpire ruling, you know. And sometimes you get a weird ruling like the Legend of Rock Creek, which is how that got started when we played the Battle of Grand Gettysburg 2.5 years ago or whatever. Rock Creek was ruled unfordable. In reality, it's like a little trickle of water. But the umpire ruling was, no, you can't cross. You have to cross the bridge or the crossing the fordings and such. So Rock Creek became sort of a meme within the IKS about this impassable water terrain feature with the Titanic and I guess now a submarine at the bottom. Who knows? We don't know. Maybe we can get James Cameron to go to the bottom of Rock Creek and tell us what's there. All right.
Yeah, I'm sending I ordered a vedette to be sent to the hill there, so we're just going to investigate what exactly the Prussians seem to be doing there.
Okay. Yeah. You send like a lieutenant and a sergeant or something up there, and a couple privates to report back, and just see what you can see. Okay. I've received a dispatch. Enemy light cavalry has arrived on the main road. Hold position. Okay. Yeah. I guess I should send a dispatch of my own. The time is, I think, probably 7 p.m. now. Boom. It's kind of late for a battle. It must be summer. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and reply.
Do we have clocks during this time period?
Yeah, they had clocks, but I don't know about like watches and stuff. I mean, this probably, maybe. I'm sure they had a clock. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that we take for granted that even if they had the technology, it still would have been rare. One of the things that people assume is paper. Paper is not something that you would have had just reams and reams of paper lying around. Dispatches and messages could be written on a scrap of paper, a lot of times they were just verbally relayed because you don't have time to sit and scribble. And then, of course, you have the issue of somebody deciphering your scribbles, which, incidentally, is why Kriegsspiel exists in the first place. Because the exercise of Kriegsspiel is an exercise on giving orders. And clear dispatches, writing clear orders that can be easily understood and followed. Because you can imagine, right? I mean, how often do we miscommunicate in real life with people? So, and especially, I mean, look at text messaging. That's the best example. You send someone a text and they don't always know how to take it because they don't know, like, are you upset? Are you being facetious or sarcastic? What's going on? And that's why we have emojis, but they didn't have emojis back then. So, do you imagine sending a dispatch, Dear Emperor, all is well, smiley face.
Art.
All right, I'm writing my dispatch. To Don from Marshall. Okay, he's at Brezon. Time is 1900 hours. Wow. Situation, holding position. Enemy cavalry to our front does not appear to be substantial in number.
They seem to be standing there
Yeah.
menacingly.
Yeah. Are they holding position?
Yeah, they haven't moved, or I haven't. The report I've gotten doesn't seem to imply that they've moved anywhere.
They are holding position. Request none.
Maybe they're being screened for the infantry.
Yeah, we probably are. So there you have it. Okay, so I've sent a dispatch just saying that we're holding position. Report enemy cavalry to our front does not appear to be substantial in number. They are holding position. Request none. So no, there's nothing we need. Just reporting contact. Which, because Felix, who is our commander, Dawn, D-A-U-N, he can probably see as well, if not better, than I can. And he's also reporting the same cavalry. So we're all aware. We're all on the same page. Now the mystery is we are 30 minutes into, after contact, and we're still just looking at vedettes and stuff. So either the main column is right behind this and it's about to come up, or the main column is somewhere else, and that's the problem. We don't know.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hello.
So, you are all collocated. I've moved you to the hill at Kottendorf's position. Previously, as ordered, Kottendorf sent out some scouts from one of his front-ranking battalions. They've reported back that they see a large amount of enemy cavalry in the valley below the hills. They can see hussars and many more dragoons. Likewise, they report traces of your friendly Austrian cuirassiers moving up to meet these threats. There's a sighting that there is a Prussian general down the main road. However, Prussian officers all wear relatively the same uniform, so it could have just been mistaken for a overtly fancy cavalry officer. With that information, you can also see that it's beginning to darken in the sky. Night is sure to befall in a few hours from now, or a few minutes from now, really. But other than that, it's fairly business as usual. Do you have any orders?
Real quick, Greaves, what direction on the map do we sight the enemy relative to us?
Sorry, directly in front of you. Your skirmishers that were sent up were sent directly in front of Kottendorf's position up to the hill, and the cavalry can be seen straight in front of you. Well, the skirmishers report it anyway.
To the west.
Yes, yeah.
And they're hussars.
And many dragoons. Currently, your skirmishers are still trying to estimate the amount of men they can see, but just be known that there are quite a few estimated squadrons.
Okay, and what direction are they moving?
Currently, they seem to be stationary.
Thank you. I have no orders.
Alright. I sent
do
the...
have a couple dispatches, and the time is 7:15, right?
Currently it's 1900, but by the time they arrive, then yes, it will be 7:15 at least.
You mean the dispatch?
Yeah, the dispatch will arrive at 7:15 or more, depending on...
Okay, I have a dispatch to I actually have two dispatches to my commander. but they're in my chat. Thank you. I'm good.
All right. I sent the screenshot, the same screenshot to all of you. So, if any of you have any orders, then please speak up.
Really, we should all be with
Nothing
our
for me.
commands. We really need to get back to our commands, not have a tea party here. But so, if I were you guys, I would just say go back to your commands and be with your men.
Yeah.
So are you guys returning to your command zone?
Yes.
Or okay. All right. Let's see you next turn.
Okay.
Yeah, I never gave orders to leave my command, so
Yeah, I don't know why I'm here in the first place.
Yeah, he just kind of did that, but that's okay. Um, we we can hang out in the same room between reports as long as we don't act or discuss anything, that we are actually seeing on the field because we're actually separated. But you can also hang out. You hang out, talk about Kriegsspiel, sandwiches, airplanes, whatever. No big deal there. I actually encourage that because it's boring otherwise.
Sorry to interrupt again, Marshall. Are you remaining on the hill by Cottendorf or returning to the center?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you remaining on the hill by Cottendorf?
Returning to the center.
Yeah. Okay. Just to double check.
yeah, I don't think any of us gave the order to move.
But at least a cavalry fight is starting, or will be starting.
Here, so
All right, everybody on the YouTube, it's quiet right now. There's not much going on. I've sent a couple of dispatches. The first one I read. The second one I have not shared with you, but it is to my commander-in-chief. Also at 1900 hours, so that's going to be a little confusing. But he'll interpret clearly that this is the second one. Says situation holding position, report enemy cavalry in large numbers to the west, hussars and quote-unquote mini dragoons. Enemy cavalry is stationary, requests none. So I have relayed all the information I need. The fact that they're stationary suggests to me now that they're screening something. So enemy infantry either is not yet up, but at this point in time I would expect them to be coming online, or more likely they're trying to flank. Of course, I don't have the privilege of scouting north or west or anywhere to see if they're flanking or to move. That's not my orders. However, I am concerned they're trying to flank to the north. I may have to send my own scouts up towards Wellham. I think I'll do that. I'll tell the umpire that I want a few guys with horses up there real quick to have a peek. Report back. Just because I want to know, we want to know. If we're being flanked, we need to react to it very quickly. And in such a case, my reserve would probably be shifted over to the right to a defensive position. And then we might have to even fall back from here because, well, we're being outflanked. So, we'll see. Because the last thing you want is for the enemy to appear on your right flank on this hill, deployed in line, ready to smash. And here you are facing the wrong way, spread out. Jan is asking for umpires, but that was an hour ago. He was asking in the Open Saturday channel, so the game is going to move a little slow because it looks like they're overloaded, which the math will tell us that's probably the case. The best thing that players can do in that situation, of course, is be ready when the umpire comes in. Have your orders more or less ready. Know in your mind what you want to do, and then very quickly articulate that. Don't ask too many questions unless they're critical. In the last update, you did hear me ask several questions, and the reason is it was unclear what direction we were facing. What way are we looking? In front of you, but what is in front? My intent in that order, in that scouting order, was to get on top of the hill here, which I'll mark on the map. Get right there and look this way. And it was interpreted as I'm here looking this way, which is not at all what I wanted. And that's why Kriegsspiel is important, right? You have to give a very clear and concise order. So I am going to, I've moved back to this position, but I am going to deal with it myself and send a scout up there. Because I do want them to report back to me anyway. I don't want to waste time with an extra layer of command that could cost us 15 minutes if we go through 3rd Brigade. So we'll just send a couple guys up here, get a report back, and then we know. I am, of course, concerned that they're flanking to the north because we don't have sounds of battle. We don't have any kind of obvious movement to the south. But at the same time, hey, they could just be slow in coming up, or maybe they're waiting for us to, maybe they're fainting that way. Felix is here. Oh, good.
And other people. I think we might have reached the end of the day or something.
Oh, maybe. Is the whole command moved up? Let's see if, yep, we're all here. It's end of day, I think. Oh no, Zindos is here. We should all, we should all panic.
Right, gentlemen. So we had a bit of a discussion on that part, and we decided that night has hit, and it's currently darkest of night. No one really knows the time, but we're allowing we're allowing you to reconvene, discuss the day's events for yourselves, and if able to, then perhaps never mind, John's here.
What about James in Red 6? Should he be here, or is he separate?
You don't know.
Okay, that's fine. All right, just making sure it wasn't overlooked.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But I'm just listening in. So if the report was still going on, Greaves, please continue.
So
okay, it's time to panic.
So the skirmishers in the center that you sent up are currently still in position, kind of guarding your front. The report hasn't differed at all. They're still facing enemy scouting cavalry. However, further to your south, really, before night broke, you did begin to hear the sounds of battle erupt further to your south. Whether or not and who was involved, you don't know that as of yet, but you can surely find out eventually. I'm going to allow you now to give your own reports and your own situations, and just listen in and answer any questions.
All right, I'll
Okay,
report. Go ahead.
South of who are you now talking about? Because Peter is in a substantially different place, like his troops and ours, so...
Oh, yeah, sorry, I should have been more accurate. To the south of south of Peter's position.
Okay. Maybe we can start with Peter then? Like, what's going on, Peter?
Peter, you're muted if you're speaking.
Should I be here or go back to my channel?
You should go back.
Go back.
Okay, I'll go back. Sorry.
Okay then, Marshall, let's start with you.
Okay, I am concerned that they could be screening and flanking to our north. I've tried to scout north. It was interpreted as scouting west for some reason. My next order was going to be to send some scouts up towards Wellham to look, and we definitely need to send something up there. Otherwise, it's the same as my last dispatch to you. You should have got it at night. Actually, you should have got 2 dispatches from me. We're holding position. Enemy cavalry in large numbers to the west. Enemy cavalry is stationary. So,
Okay. Yeah, we have the heavy cavalry at Vellum, so that's would be covered.
oh, we do. We do. I didn't know
yeah.
we had cavalry on our flank. That's good news. Okay.
So did you see anything other than the cavalry on the main road from there up in Vellum?
No, I haven't seen anything in Vellum. We haven't looked over that hill.
Yeah, I meant the guys, Yoffi and Special.
Here's Yoffi. I can report only a single encounter with a Hussar squadron up in the hills north of Novi Miesto. That's all I've seen.
Okay. Peter, are you there? I guess not.
One quick note, apparently Commander Wheat fell ill overnight. So he's no longer at your disposition.
Is that Peter?
That is Zendos.
Oh.
Okay, then I guess we're back to having all the cavalry under Yoffie's command. The heavy
Right.
cavalry.
Was it this?
I'll do my very best.
Okay. Okay.
So if there's fighting south of Peter's position, that must be James. So the Hussars have then, I guess, encountered something there. But it looks like most of their light and medium cavalry might be here then, if there's Hussars and Dragoons. So I think then that's more than just, some squadrons of scouting. So I still hope that we are in the right position. But I'm worried about the south.
What is our objective? Hold this road, or
Actually, we need to go west to get to Prague, to relieve Prague. So we need this road open. So we need to push through basically eventually. But my assumption here is that the Prussians will be very aggressive, and so that's why we're tactically defensive right now.
maybe they're fainting,
Peter?
Maybe they're fainting south, but holding the road to our front.
I'm here.
It's possible, yeah. Peter, how is the situation in your position?
I believe I'm coming up against quite a sizable force now. The front of it is infantry, but I believe there's possibly another infantry element there as well, and maybe even cavalry.
From
there.
which direction?
They're coming up from, I actually put it in my dispatch to you, but they're coming up from the southwest towards Pobors from Bosic.
Okay.
So I'm actually going to defend Pobors from the northeast side of it, so that I've got the creek and the bridge between me and the enemy.
Yeah. I wonder, so that means, so you said there's infantry there, right?
There's definitely infantry, maybe even like double the amount of infantry. I'm seeing one lot of infantry that's about the same size as mine, and I'm hearing a lot more behind it as well. So I think this is one of their main thrusts. I think.
So then Marshall might be right that they are feinting the main road and actually attacking down there.
Yeah, so maybe bring one of your heavy cavalry guys to my location, because there's a decent.
Well, we don't have to hold this. We just have to hold that flank. But what we should be doing probably is pushing. Getting to our main objective, which is moving this column down the road. And as long as you can hold a disproportionately larger force at your little Thermopylae there at the creek, then we're winning, in my estimation. But we have to push.
I'm open to doing that as well. But maybe having some kind of heavy cavalry nearby might be useful.
And you're going to have to watch your left flank, because they'll try going left, I'm sure.
Yeah. Though we do have James as well. We do have James on the southern flank as well. So.
Oh no, he's cut off from us then. What does he have? He's got cavalry.
Hussars, yeah.
Okay, so he can punch, but we don't.
Yeah, I mean,
punch.
No, I mean he's basically cut off. He's kind of where I wanted him. So he's like kind of checking out what's going on there. Hopefully, acting independently. That's all right. What I'm more, I don't know. I agree with Marshall that probably we should push forward then on the main road if our assumption is that the main attack is coming at Peter's position. I just wonder if we want to push forward with the infantry, or if we want to sweep down with the heavy cavalry to get their cavalry out of the way, but then we have spent them, at least for the morning.
And how about the idea to relocate one of the two heavy cavalries to the south theater?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what they should do there, because if it's a defensive position, then, and it's not a really good cavalry ground there.
Agreed.
Yeah, I want to just point out or offer here that our objective is not to fight the enemy, but to push through this road. So the bulk of our energy should be spent on the mission. And in my recommendation, we take those hussars, we go ahead and spin them, clearing this road so the infantry can pass. If in the south you don't have enough to hold, I do have a brigade in reserve I could send you. I could send you my reserve brigade. And that would still get 2 brigades pushing on the road. I would rather not spend my reserve doing that, but, you know, we do have to, we can't be flanked either. We've got to, you know, push. And
It's not that far, so we might be able to relocate the artillery during the night. But then they are kind of out of position and we might lose them if we push forward.
What do you mean push forward? On the road or push forward towards the
On the
south?
road, yeah. If we, you know, I assume that at some point, if we push forward towards Prague, we will give up Poborz. And then if we have the artillery there, it will be much harder to retreat from there.
Okay, so you don't want artillery in the south. You want artillery moving forward on the road.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So we will not be able to use artillery offensively. This is like heavy artillery. They will be moving very slowly. If we push, we'll have to do it with the infantry or the cavalry.
Okay, so is this like siege artillery or something? I thought they were 8-pound guns.
They're probably like 12-pounders or something like that, and, you know, 7 years war, so they are not like very mobile.
Because usually I park cavalry as my second or third element in a column if I expect contact with the enemy. You want artillery at the front. You don't want it at the rear where it takes forever to bring up, you know, in case you run into something. But
Sure.
that being said, if you want to spare the artillery, we can put it towards the end of the column with one element behind it to protect it from the rear and push. But my advocacy is we need to focus on the mission, which is pushing down this road.
Yeah, I feel like I'm in the best position I can be to fight overwhelming odds from here. They're going to have to go round me a little bit, so they may consume me, but they'll be delayed in the process, basically, and I may be able to retreat back to Breslau or Brest-Sand.
Do you have a reserve to cover your retreat, to help you retreat?
I will have.
Okay.
I've already got one reserve in place now, and I'll find other means. Yeah, I'll definitely fight in that style.
So if I understand you correctly, you're saying you don't need any help. You've got this.
I believe I may be consumed in the battle, but if the objective is to get the main body of our force on this main road, then I believe I could possibly hold them up long enough to do that. If you're willing to sacrifice one group to achieve that mission.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, Peter, you may die, but I think that's a sacrifice we're willing to make.
I'm going to doggy heaven.
Take Lizzie with you.
Oh, that's outrageous. She's only 3 years old.
This is all up to Felix, of course, but that's my assessment. And if Peter is tying down 2 divisions of enemy, or 2 brigades. I think that's great. It means we'll probably only face 1 on the road. I would hope. I don't know.
Okay.
So what do you think about using the 2 heavy calves to sweep up the hills north of the road and shoo away hussars et al.?
Yeah, so that's actually, I think, the plan. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the heavy cavalry to attack the enemy cavalry and hopefully get them out of there. The reasoning being that, it will be the early morning, and then if they will be tired, sure, afterwards, but then we will actually have the battle, and in the meantime they can recover, and we will possibly be able to use them again if necessary. So that's how it's going to go. The heavy cavalry is going to attack at first light, trying to drive away the enemy cavalry, not engaging any infantry, and retreating once that is done back north. And Marshal, your troops will move forward, and Peter, you're gonna hold out, and we'll see how we can extract you. And I'm just not sure what we do about the artillery.
Well, I could put a 3rd element in my column. I can go 1st Brigade, 2nd Brigade, Battery, and then 3rd Brigade. You could also split it, I imagine. You got 2 batteries, so if you want to give Peter a little extra staying power, it might cost the guns, but again, we're trying to win the battle, not, there's going to be losses.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Okay, so you take the artillery that is in the middle of your troops already, and the one that is at Brezhan, we're going to try to relocate during the night to you, Peter. Try to, when you start to retreat, try to get them out there first.
Okay.
I think then we have a plan.
Gentlemen, as you look out of your tent, you can see the dawn is beginning to break. Could I have your redeployment orders?
Yes. So for the night, we are only going to redeploy the guns at Brezhan to Poborts.
Okay.
If we can still do that.
Actually.
And otherwise, Marshal, what will be your column of march?
First Brigade, Grimmingham will form column on the road and proceed to march down the road. I'm of the understanding there should be a cavalry screen in front, but in any case, 1st Brigade goes first. He'll decide which of his battalions he wants in the lead, and then 2nd Brigade, which I've had in reserve, will go 2nd. And then we have a battery of artillery that will go 3rd, and then the 3rd Brigade will go last.
Right.
And so the 3rd Brigade will screen our north flank as we proceed down the road, and then fall in the rear.
Right. Could you write that up for me in your channel? Because I'll probably forget half of it.
Yeah, that's fine. No problem.
Right. Thank you. One question. The skirmishers are still up front. Do you want them to rejoin your battalion, Kottendorf, or move up and kind of like screen ahead of the column?
I think try to screen ahead for a bit and then move them back when it's my turn.
Okay, got that.
Okay, are we good to continue then with the morning?
Yes, if the orders for the heavy cavalry are in.
I do not yet see the other heavy cavalry because the sick commander that I'm taking over here. Is it fair to get an update where those are, or should I issue orders under my current knowledge?
I give you a screenshot.
I also have a dispatch now, but that I might have missed earlier when we all joined this channel, of James that says that he will attack the troops that are attacking Peter from the south in the rear. So I think that is very positive for us, if that works.
Yeah,
All
if you
right,
see some
then-
opportunities. So, yeah.
Please split up again, and we will resume.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Brigade commanders, I think we're all broke up, but you guys can decide what your order of march is between your two battalions. No big deal. I don't think
Okay.
it really matters. They're probably not even keeping track, but I will go at the rear of 1st Brigade. So I'll be on the road, but I'll be at the rear. Actually, I should be at the head of column. Let me change that. I'm going to go to the head of column. Yeah, I need to be up front. Okay, so I'll go up here. We'll go second.
Dawn. Quick question. Are you remaining with the center and moving down with the rest of the marching column, or are you going over with the artillery to Peter's position?
I will stay with the center.
Got that. Cute.
I'm going to stream my screen briefly so that Afran, at least you guys can see my intent. Which I intend for it to be more or less like this. And the artillery is going to go here. So initially like so, and then 3rd Brigade will file in at the rear. I'll do a screenshot for my umpire. Okay, there we go. All right, I'm going to stop streaming. All right. It is really quiet on the YouTube today. I think everyone who's normally on the YouTube is playing, which is great, actually. Plus, I started late. Usually I start the live stream at 8. I think we started at, like, I don't know, 8:30, 9? I don't know. How you doing, Afran?
Pretty good. Just nothing's going on, so not much to
Yeah.
say.
We're marching simulator, but hey, that's how you win. You know.
Oh yeah, I know. This is my 3rd game. I played in the 2 Waterloo, and I have not fired a shot yet. As I was I was reserve in both of those games, and
Well, you're not in reserve anymore, buddy.
I doodly carried out my reserve, and I was not needed.
Yeah. Well, that's great about Kriegsspiel. A lot of games, it's all about, hey, let's get everyone on the field to play. Like in football, Little League football or baseball, everybody gets to play. And it's about balance and fairness. And, both sides have equal numbers and, like checkers or chess. And Kriegsspiel, since it models reality, is none of that, which is the beauty of it. It's not balanced, it's not fair. You might be in a no-win situation and you don't realize it until the last turn. You might even think you're winning, and in reality, you've lost. It's great. No, not everybody will play. You'll play and that you'll participate, but not everybody will see action. And that's kind of the point. That's what makes it appealing, because it's different from any other game you'll play. So
Yeah, I had lots of fun in the Waterloo battle, because I was, if you're familiar, first corps of the Prussians.
there you go. Were you the one who? No, you weren't the one who smashed then, because you didn't see action. There was that one corps that came in on the flank, and that basically ended the battle, just like historically.
No, that was second. I was part of the first corps that was fighting the fighting retreat.
Yeah. So everybody watching this recording, that is on our YouTube, look for Grand Waterloo. It's actually in two parts. There's a part 1 and a part 2. And you'll want to check that out. It's a really cool battle, actually. And I narrate throughout. So I'm not playing, I'm just narrating. So there's something to listen to that's probably interesting. It blows my mind that the original war game, which is Kriegsspiel, like the original real war game meant to actually model war, is still the most realistic war game you can play. And it plays like a computer game because you have umpires who are the computer, but they're processing the turns. So you are actually playing against other humans with the umpires, handling all the details. And that's just the best. And all these hex and counter board games we play, they have to make up these contrived rules to create fairness and balance and, allow people to play without an umpire. Whereas this is double blind, That's why I won't go back to hex and counter war games, because I love the fog of war experience. You don't get that when you play on many hex and counter war games. Even if you don't know what's in the stack, there's a stack there.
But you have to
Go ahead.
have a certain kind of mindset for it, right? Because as you say, it's not fair, and not only might the battle not be fair, the setup and so on, it might also be sometimes that the umpires might make weird decisions, and you just have to deal with it and just accept it, because otherwise you're going to get angry and frustrated with it.
Which is just like everything else in real life.
Yeah.
Everything else. That's what I just love this, man. I love it. Oh man, I was going to say something else on that line, but that's really cool. Yeah, I love it, man. It's just a really cool experience. And yeah, sometimes the umpires make wacky decisions, like I wanted to scout the hill towards Wellham, and instead we're scouting west. Well, we're already looking west. So what was the point of that? Umpire doing the best he can, of course. And it's not the umpire's fault. We should have been ultra specific with that order and said, we're going up to the hills south of Wellham, looking in the direction of Wellham. Those words were not expressed to the umpire, so what does the umpire do? Whatever, Just like if you tell an enlisted soldier who doesn't know how to read or write, hey, go scout that position or go scout wherever. They don't know what that means. They you could get anything. So I mean, how many of us have coworkers who, you think it's obvious what they should do, and you ask them to complete a task, and they just go completely sideways. You're like, oh, okay. I didn't explain it clearly. It's my fault. Here we go. I often write procedures out, and just professionally for work. I'll create documents all the time, step by step, and I'm putting screenshots. And you have to be extremely literal. Look in the upper left-hand corner of the screen for this icon. It looks like this. Click it. And I'm sure, Felix, you're a scientist. You probably know and appreciate what it takes to, that level of detail and precision is essential.
Oh, here we go.
All right, boom, there we are. Tons of dragoons. All
That
right.
doesn't look very good.
No, it's fine. It's great, actually. This is a beautiful picture. We push them out of the way. Just push them. Dragoons won't hold against infantry. Yeah, that's what I would say. And then you got hussars on the flank. So deploy one brigade or one battalion on line, 3 or 4 blocks. Why are there 2 blocks in the front? Oh my gosh. Okay, it looks like the battalion split into 2 companies, and that's the scouts. But
Yeah, I think those are skirmishers or something.
all right. Anyway, line with the 1st Brigade. 2nd Brigade cover the flank from those hussars. Screen against the hussars and just push, attack, not charge, but advance, and they'll keep backing up. They're not going to hold.
Hello, gentlemen. So, as per ordered, the march begins down the main road. 15 minutes pass, and it reaches 6 o'clock when things seem to be going well. You suddenly find a horde of Prussian cavalry, dragoons, and hussars on their flanks appear over the crest of a hill and begin charging down at the head of the column where your 3 respective selves are currently in place. Your skirmishers immediately begin to open fire into the flanks, but it seems to do absolutely very little in order to hinder the Prussian cavalry. What are your orders?
What are we being charged by? The dragoons or everything?
The dragoons.
Okay. The order would be up to my commander in the front.
I don't think I heard exactly what you wanted me to do, but I think I was of the same opinion, and just form line and keep advancing.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, hold on. Let me put that in more formal words. Can I get those 2 Terheim battalions into line formation? And
You should have 3.
I only see 2 in my screenshot.
I think they might be broke out into companies of scouts there on your right and left. Is that right? Do we know?
Currently, the other Terheim battalion was sighted towards the further to the rear of your 1st Brigade's marching column.
They got separated?
They just kind of. Basically, yeah.
All right.
They're at the rear of 1st Brigade's marching column.
Well, whoever Turnheim is, I'm going to have his ass after this battle. But anyway.
Yeah, so can I keep my skirmishers out, get my 2 Terheim columns into line across each other?
Okay.
Hello with each other, and then just keep moving. I wanted to get that other battalion up on the line, and I think I'm of the impression I also want the Arenberg battalions to form line, and then be behind the Turheim. I guess Turheim Regiment or whatever. And just keep marching.
Okay. As for the rest of your report, other than the sounds of battle directly in front of you, everything everywhere else seems peaceful. There aren't any cannonades or sounds of musketry, so it seems you're possibly the only one being engaged at this current moment in time.
All right.
I will see you all next turn.
Thank you. All right, I think that was an excellent order. That was exactly how to do it.
Yeah. I only heard half of what you said, but I think I agree exactly with you. They can't frontal charge me, and my only concern is slowing down or them to flank me.
What's probably going to happen is you're going to lose those 2 or 3. You're going to lose those 2 forward battalions, but they're going to spend 2 to 4 of their dragoons. And then you just push through with Arenberg. And you'll have that one stray battalion that, for whatever reason, separated. I have no idea why that is so. Let me see if that's in my screenshot. Maybe I screwed up the screenshot. Maybe it's me. No, my screenshot's correct.
Might be exactly the situation, where the umpires messed something up.
Yeah, I think
is. And that's okay. You roll with it. So yeah, absolutely, we just push through. Because they're counting on us saying, oh no, we're scared. Don't charge us, bro.
So if I do get engage these and I get spent like you think, am I going to be the front still, or should I fall back and be the reserve?
We'll see what
I guess
happens.
not fall back.
Yeah, we'll see what happens to Arenberg, but I won't rotate you out until both of your battalions have engaged and are spent. If that happens, you'll go to the rear, you'll hold here. Rest of the column will push through and you'll bring up the rear. So I'll rotate you.
Seeing some, I think we're like a little bit out of position here. We're a bit close to the cavalry to form up, so I'm think this might go badly. But also we hopefully have the heavy cavalry coming in from the north. So as long as we don't get completely obliterated, we should be fine. However, since this is no position for the commander-in-chief, I will actually fall back a little so that you can die gloriously while I live another day.
All right. We may die, but that is the price you are willing to pay.
Exactly. I'm happy to sacrifice you.
There we go. Sabres au clair. No, I think we're doing the right thing. And the other cool thing about Kriegsspiel is you're not necessarily evaluated based on if you live or die, or win or lose even. It's how well did you deal with the situation that you found yourself in? Did you behave optimally, or did you behave suboptimally or poorly? How did you react? You're surrounded, you're going to be, wiped out. You make a last stand or surrender. That might be the test, And the umpire might be looking for your logic in that situation. Because I think that's an interesting situation to put a player in. The player hates it, but do you die gloriously or do you surrender? And there's not a right answer to that in all cases. The right answer could be different depending on the circumstances, right? So if your orders are to hold at all costs, the position is vital, you're buying time, then the answer to that question is we fight to the death. If the position is not vital and it's just really bad luck and it's just a disaster, you would surrender and spare the lives of your men. But That's what the umpires are looking for. That's how you win the Kriegsspiel. So yeah, your command's wiped out, it's surrendered or it's killed, but you win because you made the right decisions. So that's what's really cool about it. So don't worry if your units are spent or killed or destroyed, because you cannot make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. Speaking of, I'm now out of coffee. I'm going to go get more coffee. I'll be right back, folks.
Hello, gentlemen. So the Prussian Dragoon charge was devastating initially. Before your leading Turnheim and the one Hapsburg battalion at the front could form up effectively, they were smashed into by Prussian Dragoons, who can now be seen starting to halt their charge and turn around their horses. So you can only presume they're preparing to withdraw. Your rear of the column of 1st Brigade managed to form up successfully and have formed a line, but have yet to get a shot off. To your further rear, you can also see that the leading units of 2nd and 3rd Brigade are forming a line behind you, presumably expecting that the entirety of 1st Brigade will be broken. And you can also see that the artillery is beginning to be unlimbered and thrown into the line. Do you have any orders?
I have a quick administrative thing. I've got blocks with all different names mixed in. Are you guys keeping track of the names, or are you just doing blocks? And a block is a block. It doesn't matter the name on it for you. Because I've got Moltke next to Arnberg, next to another Arnberg. Then I got Turnheim and Karl, and then I got, I mean, they're all mixed up, so I'm assuming that we're not that amateur here. If it doesn't matter from an umpire perspective, that's fine. If we really are that disorganized, that's a huge deal, because we have to stop and sort ourselves out. The reason why we're disorganized doesn't matter. Whether the umpires did it or we screwed up somehow doesn't matter. We have to sort ourselves out. But if it's not an issue for you guys, we'll just proceed.
All right. Yeah, I think that's just my bad umpiring on my part, to be honest with you. I just took the leading portions of the brigade.
Okay, yeah, you're doing great. It's just I wanted clarity on that.
All right.
I would say to First Brigade, push through with what you have.
Okay.
Your units that have taken, losses, they can hold where they are, but continue your advance. And then I'll order Second Brigade to come online and continue and push behind you. They'll eventually take over from you.
Yeah, that's kind of my opinion too. Hold on. Let me look at this. So I believe I have basically 3 brigades still combat effective, 2 of the Arnberg and 1 of the Turheim, right?
Yes.
That's what I see. Yeah, let's advance into that city, whatever that city is, that's being held by the cavalry.
Okay.
Yeah, just keep marching. Don't stop. Just keep going until the unit is spent, and then we'll have Second take over from you, and then you can rally and reform.
Yeah, and then my shattered brigades, the only order I have is pretty much to reform and stay off the roads.
Okay. Got that.
Yeah, those are my orders.
I'll see you all next turn then.
Hey, Greaves, you're doing great, man. I had no idea that you're actually new to this. You're doing fantastic. So, yeah, it's all good.
Thank you. Thanks. Right.
Guy's actually doing better than I do, and I've been doing it for forever. I've just got to the point where I hate it. That's why I don't umpire anymore. I'm retired. Okay. Yeah, I've got to ride back to Second Brigade. Oh, I better tag him. Actually, he's there. Break. Greaves, can I ride back to these officers who are just behind me and communicate with them in real time?
Yeah, sure.
Second Brigade, form line, double line, and push. You're going to go ahead and push through the First Brigade as they falter and stop. But don't stop. Just keep pushing. Put those guns...
Okay.
Don't use the guns. You don't need them right now. Not again. Yeah, just limber them and trail them behind you. And then Third Brigade, just remain in column. Okay? We just got to keep pushing.
Understood.
First Brigade is in the lead still, but they will falter, and when they do, you'll just push through them and keep going.
Got it.
All right, so I just returned back to column behind him.
I form line push.
I form back in column and go behind the main offensive effort, I guess. Wait for it to unfold.
Mm-hmm. Do you guys see anything? On your flanks?
Not that I have any information of.
Okay.
I only noticed the cavalry charge there.
Yeah, you're good.
But I strongly suspect, out of all the deployments so far, that the main enemy effort might be coming from the south. That's because I don't see any infantry there.
Yeah, they're coming from the south. That's why we're calling their bluff, and we're even though it means we're going to spend a couple battalions, we're just going to push. Because that's how we win. That's the goal.
Well, I hope we succeed in that effort.
Yeah, we will. The calculus is on our side. If we're correct in our assessment, we're going to win.
So orders are just basically push up and let none stand in your way. Got that.
Yes.
You all next turn.
Yeah, we're doing great. First Brigade up there, he gave all the correct orders. You guys are doing excellent. I think I know. I've run across Aviator before, but Afran and Kottendorf, I don't know what you call yourself. Carol, yeah. I don't think I played with you guys before, but you're playing like you know exactly what you're doing, so you guys are doing great.
Thank you. We played before in the Battle of
It was the prequel to Waterloo. What was it called? It was the British and the
Ligny or whatever.
Ligny or whatever. Yeah. I was
Ligny.
Ligny. Yeah, I was the.
I know I'm mispronouncing
it. Yeah, both of the prequels. I'm pretty sure. I was Uxbridge in one of them.
Oh yeah. Okay.
It's I will be the main bench after the people have gone forward.
Mm-hmm. So for everybody on the YouTube, and also people here in the channel will hear, obviously, in Kriegsspiel, you don't make very many decisions, even though you play for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. The number of decisions that you actually make are ridiculously few. You decide first, where you're going to go into battle, but that might even be decided for you if you're a subordinate. And then you have to decide, where am I going to put my reserve? Because at some point, you might have to use your reserve, or maybe they hold in reserve, but you're answering that question, what do I do with my reserve? And then the third and final decision you make is when to issue a change of orders. All right, now we're all together in a room. But no umpire.
Ominous.
Yeah, probably Jan or someone moved us together. That's fine. So we're close enough to be co-located. I don't like this Tea Party stuff where everybody's in the same room, but it is what it is. And also, we are kind of literally co-located on the battlefield. We're pushing everything through here. But yeah, if you listen to all my prior broadcasts and stuff, I am very critical of any time I see more than 2 officers together in a room. Because usually what it is players are just bored and they're hanging out, but at the expense of being up front and able to command their unit in real time.
Personally, I see a group of officers in one chat, and I just go, okay, this is something ominous.
Yeah. Usually it's boredom. In real life, you would be posted with your unit, and you would not be coming back to headquarters. Headquarters might come to you. I might ride around the battlefield, but Felix has come to me. But otherwise, no, you stay with your unit and do your job. I tell people, if you want to be a corps commander, be a corps commander.
If I might interrupt your musings,
Felix.
I'm going to find out where the cuirassiers are, so I'm going to leave in the next turn. But what I would like you to do is, if it turns out that there's actually really nothing behind these cavalry, then leave one of your brigades or let them go to Blinka, so that they can cover Peter's retreat once you have moved forward. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so that would probably end up being the 3rd Brigade then.
Yeah, whatever makes most sense for you once you have pushed through here.
I would love to use 1st Brigade, but I don't know the condition they'll be in, so it would probably be my fresh 3rd Brigade. Which is fine. If there's nothing in front, 1st Brigade can lick its wounds along the way and we'll be fine. So, okay, understood.
I got my screenshot.
As did I, and it's quite a bit of cavalry.
All right.
Oh, and I see the cuirassiers.
They just showed up, huh?
Yeah, they're our east flank or right flank.
Hello, gentlemen. So, you are all collocated, being fairly near or within earshot of each other. So you can see that the Prussian dragoons, cowardly as they are, retreated in the sight of your advance. On your left flank, you can see that the Prussian hussars have remained fairly stationary throughout this engagement. Further to your rear, the remaining units of 2nd and 3rd Brigade are still moving along the road and are moving to form a reserve line behind your current front line. Further to your north, you can see squadrons of your friendly cuirassiers moving in against the Prussian dragoons and hussars. Do you have any orders? Oh, and I forgot to mention, you can begin to hear sounds of musketry and cannonade to your south.
Felix, it would be to you first as CIC.
Yeah, so I just got a message from Peter that he's more or less getting surrounded. So he has troops north of Radenin. So yeah, we will have to let the cuirassiers do their thing, and we will need to send troops to Blinka as quickly as possible. That's my input for that.
Okay, is my 2nd Brigade online, or is it the 1st Brigade that's still online?
Currently, your 2nd Brigade is just about completely online. 1st Brigade, your units that were towards the rear are online, and the routed units are reported to have stopped, so you can only presume that they are starting to rally.
Okay, let's use 3rd Brigade then, since it's fresh. Where do you want 3rd Brigade Blinka, Felix?
Yeah, for now.
Okay, 3rd Brigade is ordered to detach, go to Blinka, hold at Blinka. If Peter or Felix gives you an order, please comply. Otherwise,
I'll hold
it Blinka. And when the enemy is no longer present, and Peter is extracted or destroyed, you may then follow up the rear and rejoin. Otherwise, the 1st and 2nd Brigade push. Don't stop, just push. The cuirassiers do need to do their job, and they need to clear that cavalry so we can form column and actually make some time. We're not going to get anywhere advancing in line, but right now we just have to push in line, and then hopefully the cuirassiers do what they are made to do, and then we can return to column and just march on an open road.
All right. 3rd Brigade is...
The brigade commanders have to give their orders now, though. I mean, they can give any order. Just because I gave an order, they'll end up giving the orders they choose.
If we go down by VC. VC order. So, Esterhazy, what are your orders for your brigade?
I'll continue the advance towards the hussars, or the enemy hussars, and make way for the army.
You mean the dragoons or the hussars? Dragoons are to your front.
Whatever's just in front of me for the enemy.
Okay.
Afan, better known as Gremingen. What are your orders?
Gonna keep advancing on the road and attempt to engage the dragoons, and as my battalions rally, I want them to form a 2nd line.
Okay. Cottendorf, what are your orders?
I'm going to Blinka as fast as the fastest pace that my formation can reach, and going to form double line on that hill there, if you see.
Yeah. Right, I see that. Right, Talish, we'll see you all next turn.
Thank you. All right. I think we're doing great. I feel like we're doing pretty good, and even if somehow we're miserably losing the battle, we're certainly winning the Kriegsspiel, in my opinion. Because I can't think of any better decisions we could be making with the information we've been given. So, of course, I'm legendary for being wrong, so chances are we're actually just failing miserably.
I guess the question will be, how will it be evaluated in the end? So is it, if we make it and push through, is that actually a win, or have we left the enemy in our rear and are now cut off together with the troops in Prague?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, if our goal is to reinforce Prague, if they just need more muskets on the field, then I don't think we have to worry so much about the rear. On the other hand, if we're the head of a relief column or a larger relief column with supplies and stuff is coming up behind us. So it depends on what's behind us, and I don't think we were told. So I'm assuming nothing. But yeah, if we're supposed to hold open the line of communication, that's a different order. But nowhere in the briefing do I hear that we're supposed to maintain the line of communication.
I think by going through this road, we're supposed to be breaking the Prussian siege of Prague. This is my presumption.
Yeah, and that might be it. You know, it'll be up to the umpires and Felix to tell us what he thinks, because Felix will distribute all the medals to me, and then I will distribute them to myself. And I think you guys were there. You know, I'll mention that you showed up. But all the heroics were mine. Why do you have 3 of the same medal, sir?
Because I'm that
Handedly.
good.
I got the same medal 3 times in one battle.
Also, Marshall, while we were all in that big meeting, the dispatcher came to my aid and gave me the Kriegsspiel code mug.
Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, that's a cool mug. I actually don't have one of those. Yeah, that's a really cool one.
Yeah, I've been trying to find, like, in regards to the context of it, in regards to the Kriegsspiel code, but I've not been able to find a source yet.
So we have a member. His name is Robert, and what he did, he goes by Spine, and what he did was he created it based on like the Jedi code or something out of Star Wars. And I'm showing it on the screen to everybody on YouTube. The Kriegsspiel code. There's no passivity. There's decision. There's no clarity. There's fog. There's no order. There's friction. There's no control. There's command. There's no defeat. There's the lesson. Which I just think this is just the coolest darn thing. And with control and command, we tell people you're in command, but you're not in control. Which is something that people have to comprehend. Unlike other games where you do have control over, you control the knight or the bishop, you know exactly where it's going to move on the board and when it's going to move. Here, you don't have that. Which is why I'm like, but why are these blocks all different names? You know? Because I'm like, are we really that messed up somehow? Or are the empires just moving whatever block because they're in what we call a state of cope? And they're just trying to keep up, which sounds like that's the situation. But it caused confusion when I saw the screenshot. But there you go. There's no clarity. There's fog. And we have to deal with it. And we're having to make decisions like, no, we're going to push through. We don't know. I mean, they could have like a grand battery behind that cavalry waiting to open up on us. But we make a decision and we go. So if you learn, there's no defeat. There's just the lesson, and that's why you do it. And I really like the real life lessons that you kind of extract from this. If you're in the boardroom or you're in a meeting or maybe you're asking your boss for a raise, it is a really good strategy to understand that your boss is actually just as afraid of you as you are of them. And if you make a bold value-based approach or pitch for your raise, well, they may have to give it to you. I mean, it's all situational, but you know, you should move with boldness and confidence. Yes, Kriegsspiel will help you get a raise at work. Does have to be value based though. You do have to be able to say, this is the value that I have brought to the table in the past, 6 months, year, or whatever, since my last raise. And then the employer has to weigh that against, if you walk out the door and go somewhere else, then they have to hire and train someone else. How much value will they get from that worker versus you? And they might have to say, we're going to break you off a piece because you're worth it. Anyway, that's how it's supposed to work. But then, capitalism. So what do you do? I always found it amusing that every time I would get a raise at work, within a matter of a couple months, my rent would always go up. I'm like, really? How do they know? I own a house now, but man, renting was rough. I feel bad. Nobody should ever have to rent. I'm getting political, I'm sorry. Housing's a human right, and when I have friends stay and live with me and family, they never pay rent. I never ask. Never pay rent. Anyway. If you people didn't notice, though, we do have a Kriegsspiel store. And it's called Kriegsdepot, and it is on Etsy. Let me see if I can view the store. Here it is. This is it here. And you just come here and you can check out all of our Kriegsspiel merch. Get a shirt, get a hoodie. I like how the hoodie blends in entirely with the background. They're actually pretty good hoodies, both. We got some cool mugs here. People who participated in Grand Waterloo, they could get, like that. That was the Prussian mug. So, stuff like that. They are a little pricey, but they are pretty good. They're great mugs, in fact. I've got the hat going. Somebody ordered a hat last week.
That was probably me.
Was that you?
I ordered a mug, a hat, and was it beige? I think it is, and then Kriegsspiel 22 and 23.
Oh my gosh! Wow. There you go. You're my best friend, man. We made at least $2 to $4 off you.
All right.
Pays our costs, man. Keeps us in business. Did the hat arrive yet? It's coming from Canada. They had a 1-day delay on it or something.
Not yet. I'm expecting it maybe either later today or maybe Monday.
Let me look for you. They didn't send you a... Did they send you a tracking code?
Yeah, they did.
Okay, that's good to know then. Because if not, I want my customers to have tracking codes for stuff, for their merch. And I would do that if I had to, just because it's cool to know,
Yeah. I'm also expecting at some point off of PCS, I'm expecting an order from them as well.
Oh, PCS.
Was it Proton Cutting Solutions, I think?
Yeah, Proton Cutter Studios. Yeah, blocks. Did you get 3 sets or what? What'd you get from them? They're great. That's all I have.
Yeah.
All my blocks are from him, from Tom Evans.
Yeah, so I've got one set of his the original I think it's like a cloth backing, and then I'm waiting for he's gonna send me an experimental just because I love how the blocks are set up. Whereas off of pub battles, they're stickers and blocks, which it's okay, a little bit put together. But it's like with the quality of the content, it's like I happily donated $200.
Yeah, it's worth it. I've spent as much, if not more, on. I probably spent 300 to 400 on a customized set before, easily with him, and that's him giving me a break. But yeah, just the pieces are beautiful, and yeah, what I did was I got tackle boxes. I've got 2 or 3 tackle boxes, and then inside those boxes I've got plastic containers with dividers, that you put your fishing lures and stuff in. Same thing. And then I just have all the pieces divided out. And I think I've seen other gamers and people actually do this. This wasn't my original idea. But it's great for keeping it organized. And so I just grab my 2 tackle boxes and go to a con and run a game, my maps. The maps are what's going to kill you. The maps are what's going to kill you, man. Have you ordered maps yet?
Not yet. The only ones I have are off the pub battles, Germantown, Brandywine, and I forget what the other one is.
They may be to scale, because when he was doing those, his name is also Marshall, which is amusing to me. Marshall Barrington, pub battles, or not pub battles, really, command post games. What he did was he consulted with me on the maps and the scale and Kriegsspiel and all that. So I am 100% certain that you could probably use your Kriegsspiel pieces on the maps. And if the pieces are too big, if the map is small, just make the piece worth bigger. Oh, it's a brigade or it's a division.
Yeah,
Just play.
It's all to scale, I believe.
Yeah. He sent me back in January or February. He sent me an enlarged Waterloo, and it's actually 2 maps.
Oh wow!
It takes up my whole table, and I bought the wooden stickered blocks from him. So he spoiled me. He took care of me. He really hooked me up. Nice. It's absolutely gorgeous, and the maps from Command Post games are beautiful. And although the blocks are stickered, they're really pretty, in my opinion. They're very pretty.
They are.
Let me go ahead and pull him up and give him a commercial shout out since we're waiting for updates. Command Post Games, Marshall Barrington. And then let me see if I can find his Kriegsspiel blocks. Here it is. Products. Let's check that out. These are his regular blocks for games, but what you actually want, these are pretty. These are really nice. But you actually want the Kriegsspiel set, if you can get it. I wonder if Canvas.
The ones that are like slightly bigger.
Yeah, his default ones are these big ones, whereas the Kriegsspiel blocks are, they're to Kriegsspiel scale. Let's see here. Where is... I don't know. I may have to just search Kriegsspiel. If I can type. There we go. Oh, this here's an original he's got. But, this is... I wrote this. Why isn't my name on it? That's okay. I don't care. Let's see here.
For the betterment of Kriegsspiel.
That's right. It's for the cause. No big deal.
Hello, generals. So,
Hello.
as you advance down the road,
Right here.
you see that the Prussian cavalry is constantly in retreat, always hovering out of range. They seem not to be rather disorganized, as though that might be. Hang on, never mind. They seem rather disorganized, and have reports of your cuirassiers advancing in against the Prussians, which could provide an explanation. Further to your south, you can see Generals Dorn and Kottendorf with 3rd Brigade advancing onto Blinker. and the more forward units in 3rd Brigade are already beginning to form up on the hill overlooking Blinker. Do you have any? Oh, and one final note. Your Terheim, one battalion from the Terheim Regiment and one battalion from the Arenberg Regiment are reported to have recovered and rallied and are now beginning to march towards your positions to form reserve. Do you have any orders?
Marshal?
To Felix. Is Felix here?
Currently, he's
No,
He's to
not.
the south.
Okay.
no.
Yeah, obviously, well, it's to you really, but my order to you would be to continue pushing.
That's
So,
kind of what I intended to do as well.
yeah.
Considering it seems like we're running into resistance, I can secure the road to Blinka in a way. So I'm just gonna keep pressing, making sure everything's clear behind.
Yep, keep pushing.
So just continue the push all around, okay? Is that it? Or
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Done. See you next turn.
All right. Good job.
Yeah. From my understanding, it's like considering we have to secure the road to Blinka, and if 3rd Battalion secures Pabors, then we'll have another battalion to continue our push.
Yeah, they're not going to go to Pabors. They're just going to go as far as Blinka, form a rear guard so Peter can retreat past. That's the idea there, because someone's got to cover his withdrawal.
Yeah.
But otherwise, yeah, we're just going to push through. I think we're doing great. We're doing real good here. Peter's force may be spent and lost, in fact, but that was a part of the calculus already, so we're good. Like I said, you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs.
Sometimes there are sacrifices to be made.
That's right. Cost of doing business. It's you. Okay, I found the blocks on Command Post Games, the Kriegsspiel blocks, at least a picture, and he's got it on a hex and counter war game map. But here, here's the, and I'm showing this to the people on YouTube. I believe they can see it. Yeah, they can see it. But this is what their Kriegsspiel blocks. So these are very pretty. They are a little taller. They're thicker, which makes them a little easier to handle than the blocks from Photon Cutter Studios. But Photon Cutter Studios, you can customize the heck out of those. Let's see here. Let's go to Kriegsspiel.org and take a look at. Here's the blocks from Photon Cutter Studios. You can customize the colors, the numbering, everything. Tom Evans will do whatever you want. So I've got like a Civil War set. I've got a couple Napoleonic sets. I've got a World War II set with NATO symbols on the World War II set. So it's all here. And it is pricey, but you'll pay it once and you'll have fun forever.
And especially with what he's intending currently as well, it's gonna be very more polished in a way, in regards to like the cutting edges, because with a few of them on the current sets, there's like little bit of like fine hairs or something like that might develop from it, from breaking them all off into their own separate ones. The new ones it looks like it's going to be a lot finer set.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I am excited.
No, it's great. Yeah, learn how to umpire, and what you'll end up doing, I see you bought both of the rule sets. Use that as a guide. And I actually say that in the rules, especially the K23 rule set, which I think is even better than K22. It's polished. It's just so much better. I'm still adding the illustrations to the living rule stock. But feel free to depart from the rules and create your own system. Do what works for you. The system is there as guidelines and to teach you and to get you going. But you will, once you gain your confidence, you'll develop your own style and do things that you like, which is the point. You're there to have fun, right?
Yeah, it's like I'm trying to think of a way of developing somewhat like a pub battle versus Kriegsspiel rule set in my own mind for future purposes, where it's like, okay, simple combat resolve, and then just trying to think of how I could make a disruption mechanic and all that, and just like trying to build it in my head. I have an idea of how I want to do it, but not too sure as of right now.
Well, you can always test these things out on our Discord. And we've got modules galore, so you don't have to build a module unless you prefer to. If you want help with building a module, if there's a map that you like or a scenario you want, just reach out. We'll get you set up. We'll build a module for you. No problem. Doesn't take very long.
Much appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely. And then as for the rules, Pub Battles is designed for 2 players in like under an hour. That's how Pub Battles works. Whereas an actual Kriegsspiel, you're looking at 2 to 6 to 8 hours, depending on how big is the game, what's your player to umpire ratio. When I say how big, I'm talking about how many units are on the map, how many players are there around the table, and again, what's your player to umpire ratio. And then, of course, the scenario. If you have a scenario where there's a long march to contact, that's going to add time to the game. Whereas if the scenario has units starting in close proximity where on turn 1 or 2 they're going to see each other, that's a little bit of a shorter game. And K22 and K23 are designed for a 2 to 4 hour game with 3 to 4 participants or 5 participants. 1 umpire and 2 players. You can even play it 2 players. And what you do is you just write down your orders and resolve everything simultaneously together, which is also in both rule books. That's how I say to do that. So you can play with 2 players and scratch the Kriegsspiel itch and have a game done in an hour or 2. So you can play it like Pub Battles, but with a little bit more sophisticated rules. Or you can play it longer and have a bigger battle with more players. It's whatever you want. But the fundamental Kriegsspiel problem of playing Kriegsspiel games is that, when the Prussians did this, they wrote these complicated rules and it took a really long time to play the games, but their participants were a captive audience. Whereas when people like you and I play, we're playing in our den or our garage or our living room. We're playing with 2 or 3 friends. We've got maybe an afternoon or a Saturday. We don't have, days and days. And we want people to come back and play again. So you also, want it to wrap up in a reasonable time. You want it to be fun. And then there's a direct trade-off. A lot of people, they think that, I want to roll a die for each block's morale. And I want to model this specific weapon type. And I want the officers to have traits and attributes. This one's dashing and daring. This one's cowardly. And all of that little stuff that I call minutia, it slows down the game and stretches it out. And I found that it does not pay to have those features in there because they don't really add anything to the game. They just make it longer between turns, which is boring for the players. So you can disregard that and focus on the fundamentals of Kriegsspiel, which is the orders and the movements and, kind of the bigger issues of the battle. And it's quite a lot of fun that way. You have a good time. I can have fun. You can give me 2 blocks to push, and I'll have a great time. I suggest don't give players more than 4 to 8 blocks, because then they get real squirrely. And again, I explain all that in the rule book, but I don't expect anybody to read all 75 pages of that thing. But yeah, that's just what long experience has taught me. So at the end of the day, though, you don't even tell the players what the rules are. And the very first system I developed, I call it the SoCal system, and I'm just rolling d6s at each other. You know, I mean, it was very crude, quick, and simple. It was designed for just being really, really fast, because it was me umpiring with like 15 to 20 people here and there in person, and I'm having to run across the room between 3 tables. I don't have time to mess around.
Yeah, and
Go ahead.
it's like the intent of the system I want to build is kind of to be a bridge between hex and counter and this and that, and like just make it as simple as possible, but at the same time entertaining.
Yeah. Well, you can notice we have a grid on our map. You can lay down a hex grid or put a square grid or whatever. The grid actually has meaning. The space in the square is supposed to be about 400 paces. Although I don't know about in this particular game, but generally, like in the K22 and really official Kriegsspiel, the square is actually a specific size for a reason, and that allows us to move units without having to measure. We just eyeball it, you know. Generally speaking, a unit in column on a road on level terrain can move 1 square in a 5-minute turn, 1 square per 5 minutes. So 15 minutes is 3 squares. The other thing I would tell you is so yeah, you can lay down a grid, or you can get these plastic overlays with grids on them. And you can also, I would just get a plastic overlay. You can use plexiglass, but what I suggest is they make these plastic tablecloth vinyl sheets. They're transparent vinyl that are meant to go on a picnic table, and they're disposable. They're cheap. They're like $20 to cover like a picnic table size thing. If you just get a plain, clear, transparent sheet. And they will often cut it to size, but you can order these all over online, and they cost between $20 to $40, $60 each, depending on the size. In fact, I just bought 3 at $75 a piece, but they have a grid printed on them. But you get that, and then you give the players a marker, and they can draw their orders, and you can write on it, and you can erase it, you know, get a wet or dry erase marker. And it's very convenient, very fast. So definitely
nice.
do that. So when you get your maps,
Yeah.
get that plastic overlay. It will also protect your maps. So because your maps are going to be your biggest expense. One good sized map is going to cost you anywhere between $100 to $300 to print. And chances are even more than that. The maps that I have are absolutely massive. They're like 6 foot by 4 foot or whatever. In general, or at least 50 inches on a side minimum. They're quite large. They often overlap the tables. I had a friend who had access to I guess it's a plotter or something. So they're printed on like a canvas. Okay. But I got like the friend price printing it. Like I got a steal, which is how I was able to pull that off. But ordinary folks, mere mortals who are not me, don't have access to that kind of stuff. So your map will probably be a little smaller. We do have maps that you can download for free, like our Gettysburg map. You can totally get that for free from us. It's a digital copy, and then you just print it.
Hello, gentlemen. So, as you're advancing down the road, the Prussian cavalry suddenly stops about 300 to 400 meters away from you, and seems to be intending to make a stand. Your artillery begins to open fire, and you can noticeably see that casualties are being inflicted and hits are landing on the Prussian cavalry, and that their ranks are beginning to become disorganized. As you advance, your brigades advance in good order, and the 2 routed brigades, the Ehrenberg and Turheim battalions, have returned and are now fully part of the line. You receive further word that your other routed battalion has finally returned from routing and is at this very moment, marching back along the main road to join you. To your south, you see around the town of Blinker, 3rd Brigade forming up to the south, moving off the heights slightly, forming to the south. And then you can also begin, as you crest the hill and have a clear view across the valley, you can see massive amounts of smoke coming from the direction, gunpowder smoke and fire itself, coming from the direction of the town of Stradenin. Stradenin being the town just below Blinker, of course. And you can also hear vast amounts of musketry and cannon fire beginning to kick up. Do you have any orders?
Let's see. You said there. You said I could hear firing from Shabanos, I think it was.
Yeah, Stradenin. Kind of the town below to the left of Blinker, so to your southwest.
It's
Yeah,
got an H. He's reading it as an ST, but it's got an H.
Sorry. Yeah, Stradenin.
No big deal.
Got it. Any orders from you, Marshal? Considering you're higher up.
Yeah, just continue. You know what to do. Just do what you're doing.
Yeah. I'm gonna continue. If we're heading there south, we'll continue.
Oh, I'm muted. Actually, I have a suggestion for you if you'd like to take it.
What is your suggestion?
I can take the main road and just try to not really outflank them and take the slightly northern route, since our battalions are slightly jumbled.
Mm-hmm. That's actually a good idea, I think. Now we got cuirassiers up there, but maybe if they see you moving, they'll be motivated to move around the flank. I don't know what those little blocks are on top of the cuirassiers. The little square blocks. They're generally low-level
divisions, ain't they? Yeah.
So maybe that means their officers are with them in the screenshot. It doesn't matter. Yeah, go ahead and do that, I would say. I approve that.
To go to the north?
Yep.
Along that route?
Yep.
In that case, I'll start making somewhat of a northward advance along the line.
Yeah, no, push hard. Don't go at the double quick, but push hard. Don't be timid. These guys are more afraid of you than we are of them. So they're terrified of you. Push them.
Yeah, I'm a push hard going along the north road. Just following towards the was it Planian? Just the northern roads along the main road.
Right. So you're gonna take the. So one of
you want me to drop a screenshot?
Yeah, that would be.
I'll do that. I'll draw an arrow and drop a screenshot so you know exactly what road he's probably going to take.
All right, thank you.
There.
And I take it that the other brigade is going to continue to advance right down the main road.
Aggressively so.
Screenshot is in my channel, and I will share. I will stream my screen as well, so everyone here sees it.
Right. I see that. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll see you all next turn.
All right. The guys at Army University say sometimes they beg the players to give them a draw a sketch.
Fair.
So they know what they're wanting to do. Again, the trick is you should be able to write or give a verbal order that's clear and concise, but sometimes that's not the exercise when playing Kriegsspiel. Sometimes the exercise is what's your situational awareness of the situation? You know, what do you think is happening? So draw out a sketch of what you think is going on or what you think the enemy is up to. And it's all part of learning and thinking.
We are all here to learn.
Oh, yeah, even me, because Lord knows I'm pretty ignorant. Anybody who listens to my streams knows how ignorant I am, and I just celebrate it. I just embrace it. Which is why I'm still doing these, like, after 2-3 years. Just embrace it. Embrace the suck.
Hey, that's something that's something I tell my supervisor all the time.
Embrace the suck.
Embrace the suck. Well, especially in aviation, it's just like in the aviation industry. It's like there's times where it's just like things do not go to plan. Things go haywire. There's planes everywhere on the ramp. It's just
Yeah, it's a mess.
you do the best you can with what you have.
Yeah, you have to. I used to work in a restaurant and I was a trainer. It was a big chain, and I'll just leave it at that. But I would train managers and staff and everything. And I told people just always keep moving. You know, if you get slammed, if you get hit, keep moving, because it's when you stop that it all falls apart. You know, the customers understand that in a busy restaurant, things get snarled and it gets slow. And if you keep their drink filled, and if you can't do it, send someone who can. Send a host, send a busser, send a manager if you have to. Send someone.
Keep them active.
Yeah, well, keep their drinks filled. And as long as their drinks are filled,
Yeah.
you can get away with a long wait, you know, at the table. So, but that's the thing. The point is you have to keep moving, because restaurants get hammered, you know, and sometimes the people come in too quick. The host staff doesn't manage the flow properly. Sometimes the kitchen gets backed up. You know, maybe they get a couple big parties that come in and they got big orders to work through at the same time. They're doing all the little stuff. So it's just the same as in Kriegsspiel. Crap happens and you just have to cope. You have to fight through it. And that's it. As long as you're fighting through it, you're going to get points. You know, you're going to win. You know, nobody's going to say you're going to be perfect, or, you know, there's always probably going to be something you could improve. But when you quit, when you throw up your hands, you throw down your musket, well, then you're done. You're doomed. So
You may be angry, they may be sad, but as long as you continue to work towards a resolution, things will be okay.
yeah, that's just the motive of life, right? Isn't all life suffering? That's the Buddha. You know, it's
Something like that.
That's like the first noble truth, in fact. All life is suffering, you know. There you go. But yeah, you just
Get a little bit
embrace
from
it.
the Stoic concepts, but
Yeah, you just embrace it, man, and roll with it. And
yeah.
there's a certain beauty and grace and elegance in that, and it applies to everything: your work, your school, your family, just life in general, your bills, just everything, man. I love Kriegsspiel.
Indeed, and the more I play Kriegsspiel, the more I just think, well, let's see, finance, work, education, all of it's just one big Kriegsspiel.
It is, yeah. There's that fog of war. I think the biggest lesson you can pull out of Kriegsspiel in that regard is the person across the table from you, or the person, you know, at odds with you, is actually pretty scared. They're usually as scared of you as you are of them. It is rare that they are cool and collected. They will present themselves as such. Even people who are old-time veterans at something, but in, you know, back in the dark recesses of their mind, there's a fear there, and you can play on that. And if you're confident and you push, I have a rule. You have to ask, because if you don't ask, the answer's always no. So just have that confidence and ask and go for it, and, you know, push, see what happens. I see Felix is here.
Yeah, I guess that means we're gonna get report soon.
Yeah, well, we got one like 5 minutes ago and gave orders, so.
Oh, maybe they forgot to move me.
Okay. I can give you my report,
Sure. How's it
which
going?
is that we ran into their dragoons basically looking like they're going to make a stand. The orders are the same. We're going to push through, but 2nd Brigade requested permission to split off the road to the north and outflank the dragoons. And I think that is the MVP award of the day. That's the person who should win the Kriegsspiel. Who is that? That's Aviator? Was that Aviator who suggested that? Was that him?
I suggest he make the flank.
Yeah, he would go out on the flank. I think that's the game-winning move right there, actually. That's the right move for this situation, because while I'm being pig-headed and stubborn and I'm just trying to steamroll, when the enemy is in a strong position, the correct tactic is to try to turn him out by flanking him. So if that was Aviator, whoever it was, because I wasn't looking at my Discord, and I don't recognize all your voices yet, but whoever suggested that, they're the MVP. They really are. Like if I were running a Kriegsspiel game, I'd declare that person the winner.
How far have you advanced yet? Like, are you?
We have we just cleared the road at Blinka. I don't know where 3rd Brigade is exactly. I would hope they're moving that direction. The last order I heard them give was, yes, let's get down to Blinka, to that hill next to Blinka.
They're set up, yeah.
Oh, very good, very good. I hope Peter can extract himself. If not, they will simply have to screen our rear as we advance.
The last message I got from him, he seemed pretty confident. So
Peter? From Peter?
yeah,
Really?
he said he's trading favorably.
Oh, well, okay. Well, no, that's good. I mean, he's probably still lost. But if he's trading favorably, then that means he's, they're paying a premium. Are they, is 3rd Brigade on the hill east or west of Blinka?
East.
East?
East.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Okay, I've just got a dispatch from Cottendorf. Oh, also still 0700. Oh, it is morning. Duh. It says, my lord. Nice. I have reached the outskirts of Blinka and have taken position next to the hill on the east. Well, there's the answer. I hear the sound of battle near Stratenhain Pulbera's line, which is here. It's actually with an H, but we've been calling it with an S. I will keep you informed about the new developments there. Okay. I would reply like, way to go, awesome, but I think that just creates work for the umpires. So I don't think I'm going to send a reply.
Yeah.
Because I don't have an order for him, I just have an attaboy for him. But given the fact that we're low on umpires, I don't want to just generate mail to be moved. Create work. But attaboy on that. All 3 of my subordinates are behaving so well, they're making me look good. They make me look like I know what I'm doing. Like I feel like I know how to play Kriegsspiel finally, Felix.
Oh no.
Yeah, right? That false confidence that comes, you know.
Gonna get overconfident now.
Yep, you have that beginner's luck. So after 20 years of Kriegsspiel, my beginner's luck is kicking in. In chess they have a rating system, don't they? I don't know how it works. Is it like out of 500 or 1,000 or something? I don't know.
I think you just get points, and I don't think there's a maximum, but I don't know.
Well, I'm definitely still novice, but whatever. I will play like I'm a grandmaster.
I'm a bit surprised how long this cavalry is holding out in front of us, but just keep pushing.
Well, they're trying to delay us. So what they're doing is they're falling back and reforming. So they're really trying to stay out of decisive engagement range. They did try to charge initially, which I think was a dumb move. And even though they scored some, hits on us, I think it hurt them more than us ultimately because they're spent. Actually, I think I see in this latest screenshot cuirassiers now. Yeah, I've got some cuirassiers on my left flank, but I've got a whole brigade facing them. I'm not worried about these guys. We just got to keep pushing. They're trying to delay us is all.
Yep, keep going.
Yep. Just stubbornly keep going. I think they'll call the battle soon. I think they'll probably let us play for another 30 minutes or an hour, and then that'll be it. Because at this point, I think all the critical decisions have been made, and probably all the forces have been engaged. So, from a Kriegsspiel umpire perspective, if I think the players have all played enough, the battle's probably decided. I would call it, but that's just me. I don't know. What do you think, Felix? You think this is it? We've made all the critical decisions.
Yeah, more or less. I guess the question is, yeah, I have definitely made all the decisions that the CIC has to make.
Oh, hello, General. So, as you advance, the Prussian cavalry continues to give ground and peels off towards the north. Luckily, just out of range of the brigade that we sent to the north. You can see the cuirassiers to your north, seemingly preparing for a charge against the cavalry that is retreating. To your further to your front, you can begin to see squadrons of Prussian cuirassiers advancing towards you. However, the rate at which they're advancing is beginning to slow, as they have surely seen your own positions by now. You can also see a lot more smoke arising around Hradinen, and you have reports that a fierce battle is underway.
Well, I think it's really cool that our cuirassiers decided to play today. Like, go get them, guys. I'm glad you...
I will go and kick their ass.
Yeah, go play some Kriegsspiel today. Decided to play a battle.
So that's my orders for this turn. I will go over to the cuirassiers unless they charge. Then I'm not going to follow them in. But yeah.
Right, got that. So are your what are your orders then for the brigades?
I have no change in orders, so it'll be up to the brigade commanders to give their orders.
Yeah, I have no real explicit changes. Just keep advancing.
Okay. Do you want your artillery? Your artillery has on, but do you want them to limber up and move with the infantry, or stay in position and fire?
Well, they can't fire over the men, so if they don't have a clear field of fire. Did you say they've fallen behind, or are they online?
Online.
The men are going to mask them as they advance, so I just have them limber up and support the advance as they go. If they can't fire, no big deal. I don't care. We're not going to slow down the advance, though. So if I can use them, yes. If not, I don't care. We keep pushing.
Right, got that. I shall see you all next turn.
Thanks. You sound like I don't care. I really do care, but I'm not gonna. It's just not worth it. It doesn't pay to sweat it. But yeah, once our cuirassiers go in, that should open the road. And why they've taken so long to go forward is beyond me.
You know, new player might be the classical first-time Kriegsspiel, I don't know, reluctance.
Yeah, it's okay. All right, fair enough.
You know,
Fair enough.
first time you are in the fog of war and you don't know what the fuck is happening.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Honestly, I don't think it matters. I just did the math, and we've advanced 40 grid spaces in an hour, and we need 2 or 3 more hours to reach the end of the map.
Yeah, well, it's not going to stay this way. It's going to break, and once it's obvious, I think once that cuirassier charge goes in, the umpires will probably call it. If my read of the battle is correct, which would be astounding. And if Achilles is watching this, I'll know because he'll comment. This is unprecedented for me to have a correct read of the battle. But if my read is correct, that cuirassier charge should go forward, it should be sufficiently successful to clear enough stuff out of the way that the umpires will say, yes, okay, the Austrians can more or less push through. And they'll call the battle after this turn.
Yeah, I suppose that's part of my point. Is if they call the battle now, we know we'll win because 3 or 4 hours at this rate, we'll get to the end and win.
Yeah. Now, the joke is I'm actually wrong most of the time. So the way I make my Kriegsspiel decisions is I ask myself, what do I think is going on? What do I think is the best decision? And then I take those answers and I do the exact opposite. And that's what has changed my win-loss rate from 40-60 to 60-40. So
Smart.
yeah, right? You know,
We can play the little game that John introduced, where there's 3 things that tell you how the battle is going. The one is, do you have left uncommitted reserves?
Mhm.
And we have one fresh brigade in Blinka, so you can say kind of yes, although we don't have any direct reserves. The other is, have you taken any guns or colors or any other trophies? Answer to that is no, but have you taken ground? And we have taken lots of ground. So based on that, I would say it's going well.
So yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. Yeah, I don't know what we could have done better. Maybe flank north sooner, but really we could have only done that about a turn sooner back here at Noe Miesto. And maybe that is where we flank north, actually. No, it's not. Looking at my screenshot, it's not. But yeah, we could have flanked north back here like a turn sooner, but otherwise... Yeah, I don't know what the problem would be with any decisions. All right.
I wonder if I should send a message to James.
Probably won't get there in time.
Yeah.
But if you want to do it to be thorough...
I'm just a little worried that it might get caught by the enemy.
What are you wanting him to do?
I just want to let him know that we are, pushing forward, and that he should basically also move west now.
Oh, just send him a really rosy dispatch, and if it gets caught,
that might also be.
Yeah. Oh, it's going great here. We're picking peaches and making cobbler along the way. Go ahead and advance. The enemy is an army made of straw men. So let's see here. Hopefully this is happening. This is happening. And this is happening. In which case we can hope, YouTubers, that this is about to happen. And then I can go enjoy the rest of my Saturday. Take a nap. Even though I'm not technically an old man, I am an honorary old man. So I like to take naps. I am a brevet old man.
Revit. I have to look that up. What does it mean?
It's a battlefield promotion, usually temporary. Sometimes made permanent after the battle, depending. But it's technically a temporary battlefield promotion. So the captain is out for whatever reason. The lieutenant is promoted to brevet captain and commands as though he's the captain.
I see.
Yeah. Of course, I'm probably wrong about that entirely, and Achilles will be like, where did you learn your English?
Why are you spreading this misinformation on YouTube?
Oh, okay. So here it says on the internet, you are promoted but without the pay or privileges of the actual rank. So
that sounds like a bad deal.
Yeah. But I think that it was most commonly used in cases where a battlefield, it was an emergency promotion. It wasn't like done, or it could also be an honorary thing. Higher rank as title as a reward. So there's that too, And I think we've seen that, right? Like, a person retires from the army as a colonel, and because of their long distinguished service, they make them a brigadier general, but their pay rate, their retirement is still paid as colonel at the colonel rate.
I see.
But I've seen that happen, in the U.S. military, where our more distinguished officers have been given an honorary promotion. Just like when a professor steps down, we call them Professor Emeritus. Or like the Pope, right? Pope Emeritus Benedict.
Yeah, they had to make that up, though. That never happened before.
Yeah. Well, it has happened before, not in 800 years.
Ah, okay.
But I don't know that they issued a title of emeritus to the former popes who retired or stepped down or were deposed. I don't know why they stepped down. But yeah, the rule is when you're pope for life. But, you look at our political system and you look at some of these dudes and they're just so ancient and decrepit. They've got no energy. And here they are at the helm of a really large organization, whether it's the Catholic Church or the U.S. government or something. You look at some of our legislators, they're over 90 years old. They've served for like 50, 60 years. It's insane. And these are the people who probably think that, $2 tip at a restaurant is a really good tip for the server. I left them $2, and that's just the impression you get from some of these people. And I really do think there should be some retirement in the Catholic Church. I know, for example, at a certain age, I think it's like 70 or 75 or something, a bishop will by tradition offer their resignation but at the end of the day, people need to retire. Go enjoy the last 10, 15, 20 years, whatever you got of your life. Relax. And really what I like of the idea of retirement is you take all of your life's learning and knowledge and you find some way to pass that on so it's not lost. I've got a screenshot here. I've got a couple infantry battalions to my front. I've got cuirassiers behind. I've got infantry engaged on my right, my friendly infantry. 2nd Brigade engaged on the left. I'm sorry, on my right. And then on the far left, I see one battery. So it looks like the enemy has come around about here. And they've got at least a battery right here. So I'm going to go grab a battery block. And I'm going to drop it where it is in my screenshot, almost exactly here. Which is... boom, right there. So there's artillery there. And then we've got a couple enemy infantry battalions now. So the resistance is getting stronger, but if we've flanked them and we're rolling them up, if the cuirassiers have attacked and I've got my 2nd Brigade, if my 2nd Brigade is successful, then they're doomed. Let's see here, they're right here like that, more or less. Actually, no, they're behind. They are right there. These characters are right here, all bunched together. There's a couple officer tokens. These guys are no more. I don't see them. And our guys are pushing. We're pushing right through here. Why are we off the road? Why are we off the road? I don't think the order was ever given to go off-road, but umpires do what umpires do. We're right here at the traffic control tower there. That's what I call it. Okay. I am anxious for our report.
Hello, hello.
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 Check your channel. Yes, things are beginning to spice up. As you crest the hill, you are met with a amusing sight. You see Prussian infantry beginning to hurriedly form up. So you clearly were not expected to come in your current position. And you see cuirassiers crest the hill and continue to face you. On your left, you can see what seems to be enemy artillery firing in the direction of Frodingen. However, musket fire and cannon fire in that direction is dying down considerably, and the smoke is not as thick as it was before, which suggests, of course, that a result is beginning to be reached within the town itself. Your artillery has unlimbered and is preparing to fire and is awaiting orders to do so. And on your right, you can see that as the 3rd Brigade advances, their leading 2 battalions on the right suddenly halt and fire into what appears to be a cavalry charge. However, due to the smoke, it obscures your vision, so you cannot tell for sure.
Okay. Artillery is authorized to fire if they have a clear shot on a target.
Got that. Do you have any further orders?
If you're asking me, we just continue pushing, same as before.
Okay.
1 second. Yeah, for me, I'm gonna keep advancing, but I'm gonna advance towards the dragoons on that road.
Those are Prussians, not dragoons.
Can I just know?
Pardon?
The screenshot I have, I see Prussian dragoons in front of me.
No, those. That's infantry, and yeah, that's infantry and Crassius.
Oh, maybe I just can't read. Well, then I wanna advance in the direction of the cuirassiers.
I'll just quickly double check in case. Yeah, those were Crassius. Sorry, my bad for not making it clearer. But continue the advance, correct?
Yep, on that road.
Alright, got that. I shall see you next turn.
Oh, out my window, I see the leading clouds of the Hurricane Hillary or whatever, far off to my east. But the storm itself is still off Baja. We're not even expected to get hit by it now where I live. But those clouds are probably about 100 miles out. This is pretty good. I would expect the battle to end this hour. I don't know what they're waiting for at this point, but they probably need some resolution somewhere.
I can only assume their infantry have just arrived and they need to see what happens to it.
Yeah, that could be the case. For the people on the YouTube, Kriegsspiel battles are typically not played out to the bitter end. They're usually played to a decision point. There's several rules why you don't play to the bitter end. One is the player that's losing can find it really boring, and it can even become a source of resentment or unhealthy competition. The player that's winning may also find it boring because at a certain point now they're just steamrolling and mopping up. And Kriegsspiel is really a teaching exercise, so it's not about wiping the floor with your opponent's face. It's about, playing to a point where, okay, here we have some kind of resolution. We've learned something here. Let's go ahead and go into the debrief and give everybody their critique and take these lessons and, be comrades and have a good time. So that's why. So typically, yeah. I've even heard again from the guys at Army University going on back about them. They'll sometimes play games that end the turn after contact because whatever it is that they're teaching, whatever they're focusing in on, that's it. The lesson has been taught or illustrated or tested. And why would you keep playing after that? It's just now you're wasting time. Of course, if you want to play Kriegsspiel to the bitter end, you can. Just understand that it's going to cost you time and energy, and sometimes players can be a little unhealthy about that. It just depends on the maturity level of the participants and what you're trying to do. Maybe you're trying to play some kind of a campaign, which I actually encourage because people play better when there are losses that carry over and perpetual consequences. But you can also just abstract that once the decision is reached in a battle. So you don't actually have to play out to the bitter end. If people are suffering and they're just not having a good time and you want them to come back and play again, yeah, don't stick to playing it out on to the bitter end on some strange principle. Go ahead and wrap up your game, and you can roll a die or something. Say, oh look, you take an additional 20% loss in retreat or whatever it may be, and then go on to the next phase of the campaign because you'll spare everybody. You'll spare the suffering and the time and energy. So remember, when we do this, we're doing it for fun. And just because historically some people have hit their thumb with a hammer doesn't mean you have to do so as well. I say thumb with a hammer, that actual analogy involves a more sensitive part of the male anatomy, but you can illustrate. All right, I will be right back. I am going to take a little break. I'll be right back in a few minutes. I am back. I'm just on mute because I'm just standing by.
Sup?
Big dragon didn't you hear?
Okay, what's happening here? Oh, I think we're done. I think we're all pulled up. Outstanding.
Oh,
All right. That confusion is fixed as well. Okay. So, that was quite an interesting battle for many reasons. And I would first of all like to ask Blazer Tray and then Felix what they think the enemy's objective was.
My guess would be to, I think, just to hold the road of the main road and hold New Cologne, and try and stop us from advancing along, and basically hold that line of supply and possibly advance along it would be my guess.
Okay.
Well, I know what the historical objective was, which was to stop us from reaching Prague. So I would assume that this was here the case as well.
All right. Well, the briefings didn't indicate a very specific objective, right? So it was basically up to you to interpret the descriptions and then decide what to do. And how do you two think the battle is going for your sides, respectively?
I would say I think it's going relatively well. I think that we have the enemy's main forces concentrated to our north, whereas we've only got a light force there, and we are concentrated where there's little of them and advancing and keeping them occupied in the north, so I think it's going relatively well.
Yeah, I also think it's going relatively well for us. We have a small force holding up the main enemy force while our main force is advancing as planned.
All right.
We come up with
Okay.
precisely opposite plans, I think.
Well, let me share my screen.
Jan, I can also do so as well,
Okay. Yeah, sure.
because I am on your table.
Then go ahead, please.
So I have pretty good bandwidth here, so that's why I'm offering. Okay.
Sure. Okay, so that was very, very interesting. I give a brief indication of what the starting situation was. So the Prussians were able to decide whether to come in along the main road as they did historically, or via this road in the south. And they decided to take the northern one and have a detachment in this direction. The Hapsburgs, on the other hand, were allowed to deploy anywhere east of the chain of mill ponds. So basically east of this line here. And what they did was to deploy a solid infantry position here, heavy cavalry, and then some forward elements. Oops, further to the south. Where of that? So basically here, and then cavalry on the flanks again, light cavalry in that case. When the Prussians advanced, they quickly, the cavalry, light cavalry was in front, they quickly found the enemy line and sort of delayed them or skirmished with them. They got under pressure by the heavy cavalry a little bit. I think too much in the evening. That was going on in the next day then. And then we had this overnight conference. Not everybody was able to attend it. I think one player per team was not able to, because of the situation they found themselves in. The Prussian detachment down here was basically cut off, and as was the Habsburg light cavalry on this flank, which was basically sort of out of position to reach the meeting point. And both teams decided to alter their plans, I guess. I'm not quite sure if the Prussian plan was from the beginning to move to the south and then get to the Kammerjäck high ground. Maybe it was. But what baffled me quite a lot was the Habsburg decision to leave their deployment and form marching column in the face of enemy cavalry forces and advance into the enemy cavalry marching column. I'd be interested to hear why that seemed to be a good option for you. Well, as that then unfolded, the Prussian cavalry committed to a frontal charge. Of course they did, and they repelled, I think, almost the whole brigade there. Were then forced to fall back because there were more forces coming in, and the Habsburg cavalry was pushing from the north. So they were basically forced to screen and delay the enemy for the rest of the game. They had some heavier fights in the north there. The Leib Regiment Dragoons were utterly crushed around Rodinek. What else did we have? Well, here in this area, sort of the main Prussian attack developed here against a single brigade, which was positioned behind that small creek there. And the Prussians, they suffered quite a lot. They had several battalions rout and reform and go back in, rout again. So they are basically exhausted. They have another brigade marching the long route to the south, which is now advancing in the direction of Blinka, is coming in here. But as they arrive there, they are basically charging into a fresh Habsburg brigade, which is sitting there and hasn't done much for the rest of the game. The light cavalry in the south, they try to constantly find an open crossing point to get into the enemy's rear and stop this column movement here from happening. And if they would have found one, that would have been, I guess, a decisive blow against the Prussians. But they had battalions sitting around guarding these or quickly reacting out of their marching column to stop that from happening. So as the situation presents itself right now, I think, well, I'm not quite sure how to judge the outcome here. I believe the main Prussian thrust in the south is worn out. They can't really take Blinka right now, especially as there's a fresh Habsburg brigade sitting there. On the other hand, that Habsburg brigade will not be able to, on its own, push back the Prussians from that position. And in the north, well, the center is maybe a point that is contested, but there are cuirassiers who could countercharge and push back that infantry there. In the very north, that cavalry basically in a stalemate, I would say. I mean, the heavies are not able to attack this town, and the Prussian cavalry forces are mostly spent or tired as well. They have been fighting all morning. So that's not much going to happen there. And then the big question is, what will be written in the history books? Which side decides to retire from this situation? And the other side will then probably be declared the winner of this battle 100 years later or so. Judging from the overall strategic situation, the outcome is probably the same for the Prussians as it was historically. Frederick was very overconfident and believed that the Habsburgs would still be the Habsburgs they had been in the Second Silesian War. So pushing in aggressively, doing some flanking attacks would basically rout their army. And historically at Kolin, he got quite a bloody nose. So that didn't work out. He wasn't aware of the actual size of the enemy army, but that didn't matter too much to him. What I find interesting, maybe Marshall, if you shift down to the edge of the table down here,
Okay.
that's an interesting point before we get back to the analysis. This is the actual order of battle, the historical order of battle. As you can see, the Habsburg forces had, I don't know, 20,000 or so more men than the Prussians brought to the fight. But it's very interesting because if we go back up, all this fighting historically basically happened in this area, right? The Prussians charged this high ground and the Habsburgs just held this line. That was all that happened. And now try to imagine to stick this whole blob of yellow pieces into this small of an area. Okay, back to the battle then. Let's see, we are quite a number of people here. How do we continue? Well, maybe first of all, let's go back to Felix and Blizzard Trail. Now, seeing the overall situation, do you agree with my assessment, or do you assess the situation differently?
I suppose I'll go first. I think I'm less confident that we're winning now. We do. I think generally what I would, or what I was planning to do, not commenting on anything that I've learned from Fog of War, I was planning to basically commit most of my reserves to continue that assault on Blinka, then basically concentrate on the southern flank and hopefully sweep round to cut the Austrians, cut that road and force the Austrians to retire. We do have those cuirassiers. I think I would probably, at the moment when at the game end, I'm in the south, so I would probably might have transferred them to the south. But learning of this larger force in the north, I might not have. I'm not sure how the north would play out. Yeah, I think the south might be more decisive than the north. I'm not sure. But yeah, that's yeah. I don't know, Arwen. After Felix, maybe go to Achilles and KB, since they were my wing commanders who were managing most of the sort of tactical stuff. But, yeah.
Yeah, so my initial plan was to be, so I was expecting the Prussians to come down the main road and be aggressive. And so I was going to, with a defensive deployment across the road, as you described, and then have some forces in the south to be able to react if they do not do what I thought they would. And at first, when the cavalry showed up, I was very happy because I thought they had done what I expected. But then it turned out that no, they were actually attacking in the south, or in the center, I guess. And so we had to improvise, as I had expected already might happen. And so as my interpretation of our objective was to push through to Prague, and also heavily favored by Marshall, this idea was to push forward and try to get through and try to slow them down in the south. And so Peter was basically doing an amazing job there, keeping this position there. And as he had correctly identified, he had a very good defensive position there. And so in the end now, we're at the stage where basically Peter was ordered, or I don't know if he got the order or if his position became untenable, but to retreat. And we had this one brigade there in Blinka to cover his retreat. And I was fairly confident that we would be able to push through in the north until the cuirassiers showed up. So I was starting to worry there. And I think you're right that it's very unclear if we would be able to push through in the north. And I think so regarding the situation with the marching column into the cavalry, I think that was a little bit of a mistiming. So the idea was that our cuirassiers would come down and sweep the cavalry away, and then the infantry would march through. But also a little bit of Marshall being very aggressive, and also maybe a little bit Napoleonics influenced in this more like aggressive marching instead of careful maneuvering.
Don't you know you should always do the opposite of what Marshall is suggesting?
He said he already applied that, so that he was already saying the opposite of what he think we should do. So I was relying on that.
There you go.
Now Marshall needs to do the opposite of the opposite.
Whatever Marshall says you should do not do it.
Right. Okay. Let's go to the wing commanders then. I guess let's continue with Marshall as we're.
Yeah, I am, of course, the genius behind today's victory. Precisely because my initial thought was, man, we just need to hold this line and we're going to stay here and we're not going to move. So when everybody was like, what do you think? I'm like, well, we need to attack. Actually, we went for 45 minutes, an hour. We only saw like some vedettes and there were some like hussars out there. And I was really concerned that the enemy might be flanking to our north, but then I learned that we had cuirassiers up there, and there was no report there. So I'm like, no, they're going south, or they're coming up this road. But I think they're going south because if they were coming up this road, they would have appeared already. So in discussion with Felix, it was agreed, as well as my commanders, it was agreed we would go ahead and push. And so we did, and I just kept pushing, just push, rotate the units, so as they take losses, they can fall back and fresh units go up, keep a reserve. Eventually, when Peter was getting overrun, I had to send my reserve brigade to help him out because we wanted him to be able to retreat. So we did send the reserve down there to cover his retreat. It looks like it had some success. I think the most brilliant decision, however, of the game, unfortunately, cannot be credited to me. I was pushing up this road, and as I was pushing up the main road, I realized, man, we're just trying to steamroll, and the cavalry is brilliantly saying, okay, fall back, deploy, and then they got fresh cavalry units coming up. So whoever's doing that is doing a pretty good job of running the cavalry. And then one of my commanders, I'm not sure who, it may have been Aviator, I'm not sure, I do want the right person to get credit, but I think they made the decision of the game. I would declare them the winner of the Kriegsspiel, because they said, let's flank around on the right. And that, of course, is the correct thing to do. When the enemy is strong to your front and you're not necessarily strong, but they're slowing you down, yes, you flank them and turn them out, so they have to give you that ground, and you don't have to keep pushing them in frontal assault after frontal assault. So I think we would have ultimately won the day if our objective is, in fact, to get through to Prague. I'm not told anywhere that we need to defend or worry about the line of communication in today's case. I'm told, or my understanding is, we need to get to Prague and help. They need more muskets there, and we're bringing the muskets. So that was the logic behind my calculus, and I think Felix foolishly agreed with me, which is the last time he'll make that mistake. No, I
guess historically, Down's thinking was that, I mean, if you have very good ground and you are there prepared before the enemy arrives, then why not let the enemy just run into you, and then once you've crushed the enemy, you can still pursue them and rush for Prague, right?
Yeah, I think we were concerned they were actually flanking south, and if our real strategic objective was to get to Prague, then let's get to Prague. What are we doing standing here? We could have what we call a Mexican standoff and stare at each other all day, and that would become de facto a Prussian victory. We don't want that from our logic, from our perspective.
Yep,
so
absolutely,
that's why we did what we did.
Sure.
I'm pretty proud of the team. I am very proud of how everyone played. In fact, the players that played as my subordinates, I know Aviator, I don't know really the other two very well. They played like veteran players. I'm very proud of how they performed. Very proud.
Great to hear. Okay, let's continue with the Hapsburg team then and go to Peter and James, because they basically were the left wing, so to say.
James, you want to go first?
Yeah, I'll go first. So I was the Hussars on the far left of the line. I started in Kirchenau. And basically was on my own the whole game and had a whole lot of fun with it. Yeah, my objectives were kind of to hold the line and make sure no one was coming around further south. We suspected, Peter rightfully predicted they'd be coming with their main thrust down the main road, so wasn't expecting anything my way. But so on the first day, towards the end of the day, we saw the enemy battalion. I was gonna go, or brigade. I was gonna go scouting, but then I saw a juicy target as they left a single battalion to defend themselves. So in the waning sunlight, I charged and routed 2 battalions and had fun with that. And then the following day, I did the scouting I was supposed to do the day before, and then basically got behind the enemy lines and was trying to find an opening to hit the rear, but they had a good position with river and lakes blocking their rear, so it made it difficult. And my main sneak attack didn't quite happen in time, unfortunately, but I had a lot of fun with it.
Okay, yeah, so I was commanding the infantry on the southern flank, and it, again, Marshall's master plan was basically to consume my my group in an inferno of musket balls and cannonballs to basically soak up as much of the enemy attack and die in the process. But sorry, I failed you, Marshall. I was actually able to escape a little bit from that.
I was just wanting to adopt Lizzie for myself.
Yeah. They came close. They did come close, but yeah, the need to get back to lovely Lizzie was too much, and I brought most of the group back with me. So yeah, you'll have to wait your turn on that. But that was a really good battle. Obviously, I was involved in contact for pretty much the whole game. So very enjoyable, and I hope I did my job. I was away when everyone was talking about who won and all this kind of thing. So I don't actually know who won, but I think I did my job relatively well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, then over to the right wing of the Habsburgs. That would be Joffy.
Yeah, I have been a first-time player here with you, so I had to orient myself a little bit, but I think I coped very well. I had a lot of fun, and from my perspective, the situation was very clear. I had the northernmost heavy cavalry that was more or less storming against some isolated, detached cavalry units of the Prussians, and simply pressed forward as commanded. All very well. Thank you very much for having me.
Sure, you're welcome. All right. Then let's switch over to the Prussians. I know there are, of course, more commanders in the Habsburg Center. We get to you eventually. Let's go over and hear from Achilles first.
All right. I had the cavalry force up in the north. Well, it was all there was up in the north because we didn't have any infantry up there at all. After during the night phase, I asked Blazer for the detachment of dragoons from the heavy group, and he gave them to me, which I put up in Radomic because I anticipated some kind of try to swing around my left up there. Other than that, my orders were to keep the enemy occupied for as long as possible up there while everything happened down south. And after that early morning charge by Lawrence's dragoons on the head of that infantry column there, which so gloriously appeared in front of us, very kind. After that, of course, those dragoons were spent, so they had to fall back and recover, which meant that I was holding off all of those Austrians up there, the heavy cavalry and all that infantry, with 4 squadrons of hussars. and I spent most of the day holding off all of those forces with 4 squadrons of hussars. Eventually, that Austrian heavy cavalry did come around on the north and ran into those dragoons, and of course, those dragoons were severely overmatched, which I kind of anticipated they would be. But hopefully, they at least slowed them down, caused them to wear themselves out a little bit, destroying that force. And then I dispatched Lorenz once his dragoons had recovered. I dispatched them to that hill crossroad to the northeast of Planinane or whatever it is, and they ran into that force coming down. At that point, I was falling back towards that city, towards that town, until eventually that's where we ended up. But basically, we were just trying to keep them all occupied for as long as we could with our tiny little outgunned force.
Yeah,
so I think we did pretty well doing that.
Our arms got tired swinging at your heads.
Yeah. We just kept falling back, redeploy, follow back, redeploy. It was, I mean, I'm sitting there with 4 every time I see in a screenshot, I've got 4 hussar squadrons, and I'm looking at this long line of Austrians and all this Austrian heavy cavalry, and I'm like, if these guys ever just come straight at us, they're going to run right over us, because I've got nothing to put in front of them, and there's nothing there, Eventually, the cuirassiers were sent up there, but the cuirassiers were never under my command, and I didn't, in fact, even know that they were there. So I had no clue that they were to my south. But anyway, yeah, I think we did our function relatively well, and Lanzor did a really good job with his dragoons under my command. So I'm very pleased with that. Thank you, guys.
All right. I think Seaton has left us already, but then to KB, to the right wing.
Hello. Yeah, my objective was on the first day I was instructed that I was going to go up along the main road and then hook at the Austrians from the north, as I think we believed that the Austrians were in the south. I, however, made camp at Planian, I think it's called, I don't know, for the night, and we found the new Austrian line, and I was instructed to go south and take Paborz, and then from there go to a hill called Kamhayak, and then turn north from there. Upon advancing south on the enemy, I found that he was deployed a bit more forward than initially expected, but the plan of attack still held as previously instructed to my subordinates, pinning and then flanking and keeping Dogpilot in reserve. I think my command performed very well. I think I have nothing I think we could have done much different in terms of giving orders and such. Perhaps should have been more cautious to engage that hill, but then again, we did take it after a while. But, was it worth it is the question.
Okay. Then let's hear from our umpires today. So Bevillia helped me, Greaves, and Loritz. Did you have any special observations, any situations you remember worth discussing?
And be brutally honest, I can take a compliment.
Well, I wasn't umpiring you, Marshal, so I can't really tell what you were doing. I was umpiring all the cavalry, in fact. So it was pretty funny to see.
Don't feel bad. Marshall didn't know what he was doing either, so that makes 2 of you.
The first thing that happened, Jan distributed the clans. I was like, okay, I've not got Marshall, thank God. Yeah. In terms of actual observations. I was mainly covering the south, so I got to see the wonderful dance of the cavalry, and 2 turns in, the first potential player character death, when we had a lone commander take a ride towards this set of hills here. Right at the time, a Prussian battalion of infantry was marching upon those hills themselves to have a look. Luckily, our commander Pete had good ears and managed to avoid riding up on an entire battalion of infantry. But yeah, definitely was an interesting game in the south. With is he still here? No, he appears to have disappeared. But Dante, kind of all down on his lonesome, facing an awful lot of Austrians, and playing the reserves very well by not tipping his hand until they could come in and outflank Pete's forces. Right at the time, the main Prussian attack was pushing on them, despite losing half of his forces before the first night fell.
Yeah, I think he believed initially that there would be a regiment of dragoons to support him, but he was quite disappointed to find out there was nobody near.
But yeah, despite that very unfortunate starting situation, made a very good job of it, and it was his forces that played a good part in keeping the Austrian hussars from managing to make an outflank, and certainly played their part in helping the Prussians down south.
Right. Greaves and Loritz, something you observed?
Well, I must say that the Prussian cavalry did well in delaying the Austrian advance, especially considering how outnumbered they were. It was 12 heavy cavalry squadrons on the Austrian side against 12 light or medium cavalry squadrons on the Prussian side. Plus all the Austrian infantry, so they did well at delaying the enemy. The Austrians may have been a bit too cautious, maybe. But I mean, you can't be too cautious. But yeah.
All right, thanks. Okay, then we are still quite a lot of people. Let's anybody who haven't. Yeah, Greaves, if you want to add something.
Greaves can't talk at the moment, but he must say that the Prussian cavalry in the north did extremely well, considering that they were extremely outnumbered. Likewise, Pete did a great job holding the village against the bulk of the Prussian infantry for as long as he did.
Oh, wow. No, Greaves would say Marshall was an absolute genius, and Achilles didn't hold nothing. Marshall just kept taking. So that's what Greaves would say. He was my umpire, so yeah.
Well, he responded to that with joy. So take from that what you will, there, Marshall.
Okay, so but let's hear from all those people we haven't heard from yet. If you have something that stood out for you, or if you were a new player, I don't know all of you, so I think maybe some of you are new players. How was the experience for you? Was there any situation you think that was very interesting to observe? And also, well, let's go with that first.
Well, this was my third Kriegsspiel match. The very first one I was part of was Grand Waterloo, and after that one was Metz. And so this was my third one, and I was really happy about this one, as this was the first time I actually had a frontline role, if you will. And in fact, this is the first time that I had any noteworthy praise in the after-action report by Achilles, which I'm pretty happy about. It was really fun. I do have to say, it did feel pretty hard holding back the Austrians. I think I only was able to get through it because of Achilles' orders and advice, since cavalry isn't really my thing. The only thing I really did get feeling on my own was we definitely had to give the Austrians territory on our own terms. We don't let them take it on their terms, it's on our terms. So I really enjoyed that. I felt a lot more agency in this match. And I really do look forward to future Kriegsspiel games.
Great.
There are three kinds of lies: lies, damn lies, and statistics. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, so what about Afan, Dogpilot? I know Dogpilot has played several times before. Hans, Kottendorf, Laryl, do you want to add something?
I want to say that Marshall was a brilliant commander, and I did appreciate the little golden star that he gave me for participation, and that all my honor derived from him. And I was basically holding the south here, so I didn't see much action, but I think if the battle continued somewhat, I think I'd be vital in holding off the Prussians there.
Absolutely.
The soup did taste good at the start. I ordered too my supper. So there's that.
And Dante is back. How was the game for you? Are you there? Maybe you're muted.
I don't believe he has a mic. So
Oh, okay.
Maybe you can type something up.
There's.
Oh.
Hello.
It does. Are you talking about me?
Yes.
Not really much. Broke 2 Cav in the beginning. Well, lost 2 battalions in the beginning to Cav in the south. And then just outflank. That's really all I did.
Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Go on, please.
No, this is really all my battle. I really did not that much.
In your opinion,
Well, I guess,
was I the best commander or the greatest commander in the battle?
I don't even know. I didn't even participate in the battle that much.
Well, I guess you held off James quite a bit there, which was important, and then you contributed in pushing Peter back. So it was.
And fortunately for him, he didn't even know that Marshall was on his side. So.
Oh wow.
Oh, no. Okay. Afan, did you want to add something maybe?
I don't think I have much to add. I was in the main force fighting in the north, and I don't think we could have forced, I guess, the Prussian cavalry away faster, or if we could have done that better. But pretty much, at least for me, I knew, or rather I suspected that they didn't have much up there, and just tried to force our way through and bully them as much as possible.
All right, good. That's a question that goes to all of you, as we are usually playing American Civil War and Napoleonics quite often. Were you surprised by how the units behaved, or did you expect them to act differently, or was that a challenge to adapt to 7 Years' War stuff? Is anybody who thinks that's an important point or had that experience?
I will speak up here seriously. The units couldn't form squares, which was a little bit of a surprise for me. We had that moment there.
Yeah, historically, during the 7 Years' War, very seldomly units formed square. They were supposed to be able, but I mean, in the Prussians would probably have been, but even they didn't use it that much. And the Hapsburgs, they had not introduced cadence marching for that long of a time, so it's very hard to maneuver deployed infantry and have them form square. Or other complex formations. Which also is the reason why cavalry is so important during that time to guard your flanks, because you cannot quickly shift your brigades around as you do in the Napoleonic Wars.
I think Hans Christian didn't speak either. I don't know if he wanted to.
That's true.
Not sure if I have that much to ask. To add, sorry, but I do think that maybe this is no. I'm not trying to criticize your KB, but maybe if I had been slightly less aggressive and wait for Leryl's stuff to arrive on the flank a bit earlier or later, then I would probably not be as exhausted.
I'm probably willing to take the blame for that because I explicitly ordered KB to be very aggressive, so I don't think that's really his fault in that case. So you can critique me then.
You're making a mistake, Blazefield. This is when you say KB had instructions to be cautious. Why didn't he wait?
Well, I still believe that KB is a great commander, and it has nothing to do with his nationality whatsoever.
This is true. This is true. From one very unknown nationality to another.
My favorite part of the day was just changing the headings on my dispatches to Frederick.
Yeah, I saw that.
I kept titling him different ways every time.
I don't
managed to write one dispatch in Norwegian actually, but I don't know if you ever got it, Hans. Did you?
I got it. I actually responded, but I don't think it ever arrived.
Did Aviator get a chance to speak?
Not yet.
I think you're the one who came up with the idea of going around on the north flank, right? Was that you?
I'd have to look at the tapes, but I think it was either like Gefan or Kuttendorf, I think.
Okay,
I think I was just following ours in regard to it.
Which one of you guys was that? I think it was. It was my second brigade, actually, wasn't it?
I think it was me.
Let's see. Who's me?
Oh, Afen.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're the hero of the day. I think you gave the single bet. You made an outstanding decision there, in my opinion.
Yeah. I recognized the voice when they spoke earlier about it.
Not just setting up the game, Jan. I think it's great to see. I mean, it's a often overlooked conflict that was very important. So it's great to see it, converted to Kriegsspiel. Overall, I don't know if it really felt like this 7-year war conflict. I mean, it looked like, it looked like the Napoleonic conflict, slightly tweaked, which is still fine. Maybe giving player guides on the one hand, and maybe giving more inflexible rules for especially infantry movements could make it more 7-year wars. And overall, I think it was good. I mean, there was nothing unrealistic on what happened during the battle.
Yeah, I certainly agree. We should probably adapt the handbooks or manuals we have and give a description of how combat worked in the 7 Years' War. And I also agree that we probably should have been more harsh on the infantry movements and how they reacted to impact and that stuff. Absolutely true, yeah.
I think our infantry column should have fallen apart completely when we were to be honest. I was super scared.
I suppose one question I've got for the players here, with the overnight break mid-battle, how did that feel to you guys?
I liked it. I think it was quite useful to have a sort of chance to, because you still get that maneuver beforehand, but you also get the advantages of playing a pitch battle where you actually get to deploy and come up with a proper plan and brief everyone on it. I may actually use it in some of my scenarios in the future.
I thought it really it added something. I thought was actually quite useful. It was an interesting thing. I wasn't expecting it. I didn't realize that was going to be part of the scenario, but I thought it was actually pretty cool, and it adds something of the flavor to the battle. So
Yeah, I liked it as well.
I was actually expecting, that was the first time I used that as well. I was actually expecting that would lead to an actual pitch battle, right? You know where the enemy is. Now let's deploy and fight them. I was quite surprised that all the plans were thrown overboard instead, and everybody returned to, okay, let's keep moving. On both sides, we have heard why the Hapsburg decided to do that, but yeah, it was quite interesting to see. Once you're so close, I mean, that's probably the big difference, right? In the usual game, everybody starts marching, and then that's all you do. And when you find the enemy, okay, then you fight, but you never really deploy into a battle line unless it's a huge scenario that sort of indicates or pushes you to do that. But here we had the break and the option to assess the overall situation, and then I had the hope before that could potentially lead to, okay, let's deploy there and there and there, and now that's the Schwerpunkt, and we attack them in the morning or so. But I guess that's, I mean, I don't blame the players in any way in this regard. That's what all of us are used to, right, from our games.
I mean, I gave instructions to my wing to deploy what I thought was quite far from the enemy line. I wanted to deploy on the heights where the fighting was. I believe the enemy was much further back.
yeah, it's hard to shift from that thinking in the kind of games that we usually do to a linear, to Frederican linear fights. It's interesting to try to simulate that. But yeah, you get that Napoleonic mindset where you've got units coming in from various directions and the marches and that sort of thing. So it's interesting. But as it starts out almost like a meeting engagement, then trying to shift it into a linear battle is it's kind of an interesting transition.
Yeah, I do wonder though if it would probably have been more realistic to give you sort of alarming reports of the cavalry pickets when the two forces were much farther away from each other. But would that have made a difference, right? Would that not even incentivize even more to, rather than deploying for battle or maybe even fall back onto more suitable ground and there deploy for battle? When you know that the enemy is far away, then you are more likely to continue moving, aren't you?
Yeah, I would think so. And as from the cavalry's perspective, once you make contact with that first line of enemy cavalry that's out scouting, your bonus is to try to push those guys in and make contact with the main body so that you can actually tell your commander, okay, their line stretches from point A to point B, and this is what we see and what kind of strength where, so that they can make a battle plan. So you would end up with a kind of cavalry scrimmage going on in the middle between the armies as both forces are trying to push through to get their eyes on the main body of the other so that they can make some kind of report as to just what the dispositions are so that a battle plan can be made.
That's true on one hand. I'm not quite sure if that's the case for the 7 Years' War so much, because you're so much relying on the cavalry to protect the infantry. So, of course, there's heavy usage, especially by the Hapsburg, of light cavalry to scout, but I don't think there are, and I might be wrong on that, larger cavalry skirmishes to force the enemy away and break through the screen and such.
I think
I don't remember. Was there a lot of light cavalry tactics and units in the 7-Year Wars? I thought it was mostly dragoons and cuirassiers.
No, especially the Habsburg forces. Most of their forces, when you look at the overall number of units, are actually hussars.
Yeah, it's
So
one of the
many confrontations you see that the Prussians bring almost no hussars, but many cuirassiers and dragoons, so heavy cavalry. And then there's a mismatch. The Habsburgs bring lots of hussars, but very little heavy cavalry.
Boy, it didn't feel that way today. All I saw were heavy cavalry.
Right.
How did the attack, the Prussian attack in the south, look from the umpire table? Would you say there was a lot of mistakes, or?
Only by the guy KB. He kept screwing
I heard,
up over and over
that KB
again.
guy. I heard the Blazefield told him to be cautious. I don't know why he attacked.
I can't believe
Unprofessional of him, in my opinion.
Yeah, I can't believe my friend KB was so such an idiot. Right, that's offensive. I'm sorry, KB.
Well,
throw you under the bus.
All right, folks, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the live stream here. I want to thank everybody who watched the live stream today, as well as people who are watching this in the future. Thank you for watching this recording. Hopefully you've left us a little comment or question or shout out or something if you pleases you to do so. And hopefully you found the battle to be interesting. I will point out that Achilles didn't hold anything because every turn, every 15 minutes, we were just taking ground. So I don't know how taking equals holding. It's not. There's a difference between slow and stop. But whatever, bro. Whatever. I'm joking, though. He actually did a really good job slowing us down. I was aware that was happening. I did want the cuirassiers to go in, but they did not do so. And we talked about that, during the battle, wanting them to push and sweep. But that was a first-time player, and, he was, probably cautious, and so be it. But it would have been interesting to see what would have happened if that attack had gone in, because there's a lot of cuirassiers up there in the top. We've got 11 squadrons, or squadron isn't really the right term here, but 11 units of cuirassiers would have just smashed. So it's interesting. It's interesting that the scenario designer, Jan, expected us to hold on the defense. But I did not expect the enemy to just oblige us by walking into our muskets. I don't think anybody ever really does that, at least not in Kriegsspiel, because they kind of know, there's a little bit of a metagame element there. In real life, if, you're trying to push down the road, if anybody was walking into muskets, it was us. It was my command. So I don't know, but I think it was a good battle, and it's actually kind of cool that the battle is fought to a point where there really isn't a clear resolution. We can speculate and debate back and forth, but the players still had a good time. We illustrated a lot of interesting choices, and I think it was worthwhile. So everybody, I want to thank you all for tuning in today.